request to lift that one? Okay. Thank you. We have a staff presentation, item 5.1, our regular update on rail, bus, and TRANSPO. So we will hold that because we have a number of delegations. And Office of the City Clerk, 6.1, status update on Transit Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending February 3rd. Is that report received? Received. Thank you. Okay, so we will go to item 5.1, which is the OC TRANSPO update, rail, bus, and TRANSPO. We have several members of OC TRANSPO staff. This is quite a long update today, and what I'm going to propose to committee is that we deal with it in two parts. We'll let staff present. The first part of the presentation is on rail, including the recent issues around spalling. So what I'm going to propose is we have staff present that piece, take a pause for any questions from councilors and committee members on that, and then we continue with the rest of the presentation on buses, on para, on ongoing programs, and then we'll take our delegations and additional questions from committee, if that's all right with everyone. Okay, so over to Troy Charter. Welcome, Troy. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Gower. And good morning, everyone. Bon matin. So it's a pleasure to be here today at our first Transit Commission meeting of Transit Committee meeting. I still got to get used to committee versus commission. My apologies, but our first Transit Committee meeting of 2026. I'll just wait for the slides to come up. And Chair, thank you for that. Yeah, our plan is to do it's one presentation, but we'll split it in two. We're going to focus the first part of the presentation just to clarify a little bit on service delivery, bus and rail, and then we'll get into our normal presentation if that's okay with you. Yeah, so there'll be an opportunity, there'll be a break in which we'll talk about opportunity for anyone to ask questions, comments with regards to the current service, whether it be bus or rail, and then we'll get into our normal presentation if that's okay. Great. Thank you. So we can go to the next slide, please. I'm just waiting for the... So as they're pulling up the presentation, I'll just get started because I got a few introductory remarks. It's important to start the presentation with acknowledging that acknowledging the challenges that our customers are facing. Like I mentioned
it during our technical briefing session, but I think we need to reiterate.
It's just more difficult to get to school, to work, to classes, and for many of our customers, it's affected their day-to-day life in many different ways. This definitely falls short on the experience we ended up provided OC TRANSPO, and I know the entire team, from our bus operators to our mechanics to our customer service personnel and our supervisors, everyone in the organization are feeling it. And I can't empathize enough that our focus is on improving the service for our customers and returning to normal capacity as soon as we can. Our customers, residents of the City of Ottawa, deserve and expect a first-class service, and that's what we're intended to get back to. Through all of this, though, what has not changed and will not change is our commitment to transparency and safety. We won't waver on that.
We will continue to provide weekly updates concerning the bus and rail service. It is to reinforce our engagement. We want to provide you with the most up-to-date information.
These updates and performance indicators are helpful in understanding the bigger picture of our current service. However, our focus remains on the work that must be done in order to meet our targets for bus availability and overall service delivery. This includes making real-time adjustments to address service needs. Placing staff at key stations during the busiest times of the day has improved crowd management, and we continue to monitor service using our vast network of CCTV camera feeds. I also want to reiterate that Line 1 remains safe for our customers. Above all else, we must ensure that when our customer boards our O-Train system, they feel safe and confident that it'll get them to their destination.
We will focus on the actual problem that are actually affecting the delivery of our service. We have an action plan, and we want to reach full capacity as soon as possible for our clients.
Our action plan consists of 3 goals, and they apply to both the bus and rail. Continuing with our safety assurance processes, increasing the level of service provided to our customers, and returning to full service in a stable, safe, and reliable way. Service on lines 2 and 4 are unaffected by the spalling issue and continues to operate reliably. Over the course of this presentation, we'll provide updates on the efforts being made department-wide to deliver transit service that our city deserves. Again, I can't say it enough. I want to apologize for the inconvenience that this has caused our customers. Not here to make excuses. It's a time for action. We are confident that our customers will see improvements as we progress through the next few weeks and months. That's our commitment. How we're going to get there? Well, first and foremost, we're going to be holding RTG and Alstom accountable to meet the performance expectations and to rectify the spalling and CBA issues. We're going to continue with our bus maintenance action plan that we've discussed at length at previous meetings and we'll continue to discuss here. The opening of the Line 1 East extension will provide a little bit of an update later. Will improve reliability and will greatly benefit the East End residents of our great city. The continued arrival of our new electric buses will increase our reliability, reduce maintenance downtime, and will ultimately improve service. And then our ongoing recruitment and training efforts for operators and mechanics will yield positive results in the short term. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the spalling issue on Line 1. As we've noted at the technical briefing on January 27th, spalling occurs when a surface of a hard material begins to flake or chip. Ultimately, over time, this can weaken the material, causing it to crack. Alstom has found spalling on some of the cartridge bearing assemblies, specifically in the bearing component of these units. If left unchecked, this can lead to an axle bearing failure, something that we obviously have to prevent from happening. As I said before, safety is always our top priority. So out of abundance of caution, we implement a containment plan that includes removing from service any vehicle with a cartridge bearing assembly or CBA that has more than 100,000 kilometers of mileage. But moving forward, our action plan has 3 parallel work streams that we continue to advance. First, our immediate action is to focus on having Alstom replace any CBA with more than 100,000 kilometers of mileage, and that is progressing. We've been able to increase the number of trains available for service from 18 to 21. I know the slide here says 20, but we are up to 21 trains. With that said, this number will continue to fluctuate as other regular maintenance and inspection requirements come up on the vehicles. Managing the kilometers and managing our fleet, as well as the supply of new CBAs, is also a consideration that needs to be managed and factored in. In our second work stream, we are focused on information required to reassess the 100,000 kilometer restriction with the goal of loosening or relaxing that restriction, or increasing it to 150 or 200,000, and ultimately removing that restriction. However, to do so, we need RTG and Alstom to complete their analysis and provide the necessary supporting information to confirm that their monitoring programs, the tools they're using, and the processes will effectively detect the presence of spalling so that the CBAs can be replaced on an as-needed basis. To that end, we are meeting with RTG, Alstom, and their technical experts to advance these validation exercises as quickly as possible. We've also brought in some additional expertise ourselves that we can elaborate upon should you wish. These 2 work streams will allow for the number of vehicles available for service to increase, thereby restoring capacity to double car trains on Line 1. Finally, the results of these work streams will result in a long-term action plan to address the presence of spalling, identify the root cause, and ultimately to inform the permanent solution. Next slide, please. So speaking of service, Line 1 service continues to operate at an increased frequency of 3 to 4 minutes during peak periods. Our Transit Operations Control Center is using our expansive network of CCTV cameras and reports from staff in the field to monitor the situation in real time. Early on, when the spalling issue was identified and we reduced the fleet, we did notice that some peak period trips on Line 1 were running above capacity, meaning we weren't able to pick up all passengers. We have taken steps to address this, including having staff at key stations during the busiest periods to help manage crowds. We've also implemented onboard train announcements promoting the ongoing safety of customers. Ces annonces rappellent aux clients de se tenir à distance
So
des
we have
portes.
new messages asking clients to stay away from doors and to be careful when they're onboarding and
We also have a fleet
leaving
management
a
plan that
train.
accounts for the new CBA replacement requirements as well as the other maintenance and inspection needs of the vehicles. While the number of trains available for service may fluctuate day to day, we expect to be able to maintain the current frequency and service on Line 1. We continue to assess our fleet availability, and as it improves, we will look to reinstate capacity. We want to ensure that we have a stable, sustainable number of vehicles so that our customers know what to expect during their travels. We're committed to continuing to improve our fleet availability and returning to full capacity as soon as it's safe to do so. And we're working, as I said, with RTG and Alstom to make sure that we have that information that will give us the confidence that we can do so. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Joel Lemieux. He'll talk a little bit about how our Transit Operations Control Center is doing to monitor and adjust the rail service. Over to you, Joel.
Good morning, bonjour à tous. Comme mentionné précédemment,
Like it was mentioned previously, we have a control system, and this is the Transit Operation Control Center.
Train movements to ensure punctuality, consistent headways between trains, and above all, safe operations. Out on the line, our electric rail operators play a key role. Transit Operations Control Center staff regularly communicate and coordinate with electric rail operators, processing the information that they are reporting and using it to inform how they manage service. Our staff have also made it a priority to keep our customers informed. Our team has leveraged the public address system at Line 1 stations to deliver timely and targeted platform announcements, while our passenger information display continues to be updated, providing current information about rail service. Information about service is also available on our social media accounts and our website, and customers can sign up to receive service alerts by text or email. Our staff continue to monitor the thousands of station CCTV cameras on Line 1, which allow them to respond quickly and effectively to any issues observed, including adjusting train operations and dispatching staff as required to ensure a safe and reliable experience for all. I'll now pass it over to my colleague, Richard Holder. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. In the next couple of slides, I will provide a brief update on the pathway to passenger service for the East Extension. The first phase of testing and commissioning has been completed, and last September, there was a very successful demonstration of the performance of the system from Tunney's Pasture to Trim. We are now validating that the requirements of the project agreement have been satisfied through the substantial completion phase. The Rail Construction Program Office is working with our colleagues within Transit Services Department and our design builder partners, East-West Connectors, to ensure that the system is ready. Our other rail partner, Rideau Transit Maintenance, is also engaged in the process as they will take over maintenance responsibilities for the infrastructure in the new territory when substantial completion is achieved. Following a positive opinion from the city and the independent certifier, confirming substantial completion has been achieved, there will be a short period of familiarization for RTM as they perform their maintenance activities for the first time on the new infrastructure in the East. Our team will host a technical briefing prior to the start of trial running to cover the details of this stage. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we are continuing to work with EWC on the substantial completion process. This stage is a significant contractual milestone. However, there are still several more steps before we are ready for customer service. This contractual step requires the city and the independent certifier to thoroughly review the system and supporting evidence and documentation to confirm all requirements have been met before the system is accepted. Our team has been in this review process for many weeks, and several items have been identified that need to be resolved before substantial completion can be achieved. These include retrofitting certain station structural support systems, resolving functional issues with platform edge cameras, and adjusting rail infrastructure at certain specific segments. Positive progress has been made in addressing these items. However, all items must meet the project agreement requirements. Addressing these items is critical as this work is focused on ensuring overall system safety, reliability, and performance ahead of opening the extension to customers. In looking beyond substantial completion, we are forecasting to be able to start trial running in Q2. As I had mentioned previously, trial running will be a minimum of 21 days. Once it is completed, we will have another technical briefing to provide an overview of trial running results and more information on next steps. This will be done prior to moving to the phase of final systems preparations and then ultimately passenger service. I know everyone is excited to get trains running between Blair and Trim stations, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this phase of the project. This work is crucial and progress is being made and will help grow service delivery from the launch of this new extension. Je sais que tout le monde est impatient.
I know that everyone is very anxious to see the trains between Blair and Trim. Thank you very much for your patience. We are right now proceeding with this phase, this contractual milestone. This is very important. We're moving forward, and this will contribute to improve the service delivery with this new extension.
Thank you, and I will now hand over to Troy.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Joel. So now we're going to shift our attention to discussing our current situation with our bus service delivery. And again, I'm going to go through some statistics and some information. And while things are trending in the positive direction, I don't want to leave anyone with the impression that we're satisfied and happy with the level of service we're providing right now. We're hearing from each one of your offices. We're hearing from our customers. We're hearing from our staff. So we're going to provide some statistics and some information. And while things are progressing and improving, I fully, I just want to recognize that it's nowhere near where we want to be. So I don't want to leave anyone with the impression that we have a false sense of performance where we're at. Okay. So as I said, our bus service delivery is not at the level that our customers expect at this time. And, we've outlined several factors that are contributing to our current challenges, which is including, the aging fleet resulting in more complex and lengthier maintenance work, the ongoing challenges to recruit licensed mechanics that's affecting the entire industry, not just OC TRANSPO, as well as the delay in the delivery of electric buses that were experienced previously. To meet our winter schedules, we normally require 520 buses for service. As you know, we've temporarily removed some trips from the schedule, which has reduced the required number of buses to 500. With that said, on average, we currently have right now 494 buses that are available for service. And this is an increase since the start of January when we were around 460. Removing from some trips from the schedule was done to provide customers with consistent trip planning information. And as our bus availability, as our plan and we start to show some sustainable improvements, we will start to reinstate those trips. And with that said, other elements continue to impact our bus service delivery. And it's not unlike other properties as well. Traffic congestion, the availability of operators in relation to the Canada Labor Code breaks and schedules, as well as mechanical breakdowns. And of course, because we're in a Canadian city, we also contend with winter weather conditions, which has been a challenging year given the sheer number of snow events that has affected all traffic, and our buses included. Not here to make excuses, but here to provide some context to some of the operational challenges that we're facing. And I really want to focus our discussions, if we can, on our actions and plans that will result in improved and sustainable service. Some of that work right now currently includes prioritizing critical fleet maintenance work, which helps us to address bus availability shortcomings. We've made temporary schedule adjustments, as I mentioned, to our winter service in order to reduce the number of buses required on weekdays. We've also enacted a bus location strategy, ensuring buses are placed in optimal parts of the city to minimize undelivered trips. And this builds upon the efficiencies and improvements gained with the newest collective agreement and will be further reinforced with renewed ability to track mechanics as well as apprentice mechanics. Next slide, please. So as I said, I know it's been a very challenging year so far, but we do foresee tangible improvements this in 2026. Key performance indicators show us that the trends in key performance indicators provide us show trends in service. The graph on your screen shows the bus service delivery from February 1st to February 7th, and we achieved a little over 96.5% for the week. This is an increase from the start of January. For customers, this has resulted in a decrease in the number of undelivered trips, but as I said, still not where we want to be. We go to the next slide, please. This graph shows the average number of buses available on weekdays. So last week from February 2nd to 6th, there was an average of 503 buses available for service. So we're seeing that number slowly increase. And Rami and his team are working very, very hard to make sure that we can sustain those numbers. And we do see some variability when we have winter weather conditions, extreme cold or snow events. We tend to see a drop, and then the team tries to recover and works towards getting those numbers back up. We know that the number of buses we have available for service has not consistently met our requirements, even when factoring in the prioritization of critical trips and temporary adjustments to our planned schedule. Despite this shortage, mitigating efforts continue to be made to ease the impact on our customers, and we are making progress. The forecast shows further strides will be made in this area, with many new e-buses and diesel buses set to join our fleet in the months to come. I'd like to highlight the efforts of our staff, who continue to do the best they can to provide a stable service. As I said it before, but it's worth repeating. I know that our operators, our mechanics, all our frontline staff, even the scheduling, the planning teams, everyone is feeling it right now. They feel for our customers, and that is our collective focus right now. The number of active buses in our fleet has grown steadily since January of this year, and we're starting to see an encouraging trend in the right direction. We're continuing to onboard the zero-emission buses into our fleet. As well, we'll see an impactful increase to our 60-foot bus fleet later this year and into next year. These are results of decisions made previously to boost our bus fleet's numbers, and we're looking forward to seeing the progress soon. So at this point, I'll turn back over to Joel, who'll talk a little bit about the adjustments that the TFC is making on the bus side of things to sustain and improve their bus service delivery. So over to you, Joel.
Thank you, Troy. Le personnel du Centre de contrôle des opérations de transport
The Transit Operation Control Center personnel is working very hard to make sure that you have a stable service and also a predictable one.
The number of undelivered trips by proactively adjusting service in real time, taking into consideration a number of variables, such as traffic conditions, weather, on-street incidents or events, and operator or vehicle unavailability. Our staff makes strategic decisions every day to ensure that the most critical trips are covered. School trips, rural and low-frequency routes, and the first and last trips of the day are given top priority. In addition, staff actively identify and address significant gaps in service using the resources available. Staff continuously monitor station and platform conditions. When buses are available, we deploy them proactively to help crowding and respond in real time to any signs of passenger overloads. We also assign operators called extras to standby buses to help fill unexpected gaps in service. However, I should note that our current challenge is ensuring we have enough buses available at any given time to pair with those operators. Thank you very much, and I'll pass you along to my colleague, Rami El-Fegley.
Thank you, Joel. Good morning. Today, I would like to provide you with an update on the status of our assets and bus fleet availability, how we have been recovering from the start of the year, and share details on the work and projects underway to prevent availability issues like these occurring in the future. This is a familiar chart we've shared with the committee before and reflects the changes to our bus fleet composition since the last time we shared this update in September 2025. À la fin de janvier, nous avons intégré 18
At the end of January, we integrated 18 electric buses for a total of 48 available, as well as 9 of 11 used buses that were purchased. Although these buses are older, and are past their life cycle, they are in a much better structural state than the other ones. Since then, very few buses were put on the road, but this number will increase shortly because we will be receiving most of our electric buses and the first 50 articulated buses running on diesel. We also integrated half of the new vehicles for TRANSPO, and the whole park should be completed by the third quarter of this year.
This is also a familiar table we have shared with the committee before, showing the effect of having a maintenance backlog on the fleet. As you can see, we are keeping the preventative maintenance and cleaning process very consistent, but the defects we see on the street continue to increase, which translates to work orders holding buses from being able to go back into service. As Troy mentioned previously, we are currently averaging 494 available buses per day for service. This table reflects the month of January, and the very poor start to the year heavily impacted our availability. Where if this cycle continues, we will repeat winter after winter going into a maintenance debt, trying to keep up with our service requirements. This winter, we've temporarily reduced the service requirements of buses down to 500, while we work on recovering from the state we were in at the beginning of January. And then we will eventually return to the 520 target as our availability improves and becomes more consistent. Next slide, please. Our recovery plan depends on two reinforcing strategies. The first, to improve or to add our labor capacity, and the second is to reduce the hours of labor required. We've shared with the committee some of the work we've done to improve our labor capacity, such as launching a recruitment campaign for mechanics, as well as reaching a new agreement with the union, allowing us to make mechanic salaries competitive. As well, we are maximizing our vendor support, have implemented a new mileage-based preventative maintenance regime that reduces the number of times per year a bus is on the hoist, and will soon be planning a phase of bus refurbishment as part of the 2026 budget. With all the work that we are doing to increase our resources and improve the efficiency of our existing assets, the key issue that remains to address is the current backlog. And the only way to truly do that is to replace old buses with new ones. Next slide, please. This graph shows the reality we're living with today. The blue bar at the bottom of each month is the number of labor hours we have to do every month on the bus fleet and includes all of the preventative maintenance requirements that ensure that our safety standards are met and the buses can last for 15 years. The bigger red bar is the backlog of labor that we've been talking about over the last couple of years. As of today, we are carrying over 18,000 hours of backlog work. And when we can't keep up each month, that work gets added to the backlog. For reference, with our existing resources, we are able to generate on average 10 to 11,000 net hours of maintenance each month. The purpose of this graph is to illustrate how crucial it is for the maintenance team to both receive and onboard new buses and also decommission our old and very labor-demanding fleet. With the commissioning of the ZEBs and the 68-foot diesel buses, with more new vehicles, we are able to decommission the age fleet that makes up the majority of the backlog. By the summer of 2027, we will be able to remove over 10,000 hours of labor from our backlog. This graph is also a conservative projection and does not account for more vendor support or more mechanics hired as a result of the recruitment campaign. Additionally, these new buses we are receiving should be experiencing far less defects than the current fleet, which will in turn lower the number of labor hours focused on correcting defects and allowing our staff to spend more of their time on preventative maintenance. The idea is that between now and July of 2027, we will be able to show noticeable improvement to the maintenance backlog. Today, our operation is mainly in a reactive mode, but we are actively switching to a preventative maintenance model where 80% of the work is pre-planned. This is a long-term outlook on the situation, and it definitely does not address the current situation we're in. I want to reassure committee and the public that we understand that very well, and we're doing everything we can. It's all hands on deck right now in the garages and the operators' lounges to make sure that the buses are on the street and we're committing to the service we're delivering. And with that, I'll pass you back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rami. So, Mr. Chair, this will be the last slide of this portion of the presentation. So, en ce qui concerne la suite des choses, Nous avons hâte à l'ouverture de la ligne de l'eau
For the
train
road
vers
ahead,
l'ouest.
we're looking forward to the O Train Line 1 opening and the continued construction on Stage 2 West.
Meanwhile, our bus maintenance action plan will see the continued recruitment of licensed mechanics, as well as training on electric buses. We are increasing our investment in bus maintenance, prioritizing critical repairs, upgrading fleet management software, and optimizing preventive maintenance, all with the goal of streamlining the maintenance of our bus fleet. And you just heard from Rami, it's not just a short-term view. We're taking a long-term view on our fleet. That applies to both the maintenance side of things as well as our ongoing procurement of new buses moving forward. Looking at our 2026 targets, we anticipate that we'll see 235 new e-buses added to our fleet, along with 14 additional 60-foot diesel hybrid buses. We also continue to replace and renew our TRANSPO minibus fleet and look forward to introducing the on-demand service later this year. The 2026 budget focuses on long-term investments. We foresee a number of advancements and improvements, the impacts of which will directly bolster our service delivery and will bring us closer to meeting the expectations of our customers. These measures include implementing the latest technology to improve and streamline our communications, scheduling, and control systems on buses. This funding will also allow us to adapt to on-street conditions by modifying road conditions and traffic signals at key locations and to expand our transitway corridors, all with the intent of trying to address some of the congestion that's affecting our service and our ability to maintain a schedule. Future new and expanded sections include the Baseline Heron Transitway, the Cumberland Transitway, the Canada North Transitway, and the Heron-Walkley Transitway. That brings us, at this point, just highlighting a few of those things. I just want to highlight the, we've talked a lot about short-term measures, but I also wanted to highlight a little bit of the long-term measures that we're looking at that will improve our service. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes this portion of the presentation, and I'll pass the floor back to you.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone. So we're going to take questions for staff right now before we go on to the second half. And there's already hands up. Good. Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the presentation today. When it comes to the East End, obviously there's concern. We need that line running, but of course our mantra is we want to be safe, and it's important that it runs. When I see it switching from delivery by April 1st, now we know that wouldn't happen anyway. I think anyone that does basic math knows it takes minimum 30 days, even with the 21-day testing, to make that happen. Now I'm seeing Q2. Q2 is a very large window. To ensure that we don't time it with quarters, can this not be looked at a monthly basis?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I mean, if there is a request coming for a monthly update on when the expected start of trial running will be, then we can certainly do that. That's something that we track regularly in our office pretty much on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think that would be probably pretty fair, because if we're setting these expectations for the public quarterly and we're not delivering on those, it makes it more challenging because, of course, there's an implication about our bus fleet, which is tied directly to the East End extension. And we're not seeing any trains moving for testing right now, so I'm getting a lot of questions on that. Obviously, it's a bit of a concern. For the 21-day testing period, is it just the extension or is it from trim to tunnies?
Thank you for the question. We will be providing a lot of detail about how the trial running will proceed once we're ready to provide our technical briefing. But in answer to the question, the way that the project agreement is set up is the trial running is a test for everybody. It's a test for EWC that's built the new infrastructure. It's a test for RTM that's maintaining the system. It's a test for ourselves at OC TRANSPO in terms of the provision of operators and for the controllers who are managing the system. So we will be looking at the test to cover the whole extent of the line from Tunney's pasture all the way out to trim.
And that's a big thing that I think we've all kind of forgotten about, and I'm glad we're able to present that today. That's I don't know if we could have 21 days of solid testing right now with the existing line, let alone adding on the entire East End line. What happens if it doesn't, if we are unable to be able to achieve the 21 days on the complete line? Like, I don't see in any world where we could achieve 21 days with stage one and Eastern Extension based on what's happening right now. So I think we need a realistic plan with the public about what this is going to look like and not hedge on the Eastern Extension as being part of the solution for the lack of buses in the city. Would that not be accurate?
Maybe I can start and Richard can add in. So, Mr. Chair, Councillor is absolutely right in that, based on our current situation with the number of vehicles we have for service, we would not be able to go into trial running if it was today.
Okay, fair.
100%. We know that we need, based on our current plan and based on the project agreement, we would need 46 single car trains for service.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So 23 doubles at peak periods, 46 singles. So yeah, we wouldn't be able to go into trial running at this time. But Richard and his team, they have been focused on, moving towards substantial completion. Our lack of trains right now is not impacting substantial completion.
Yeah.
I appreciate the earlier question about trying to get, from a quarter into a month. And I would love to, and we want to provide greater line of sight, but I'll be the first one to admit, I've been here and I've been saying soon, we're almost there. And I've been wrong.
Yeah.
Right. That's a credit to Richard and his team who are going into the detail and looking at, all the engineering documents, all the submissions, and not rubber stamping things. And that's the due diligence that we want them to do. Unfortunately, they're catching things towards the end of the process, things that Kev should have caught.
Yeah.
Right. So they're reacting and responding. The good news is that the number of issues has really shrunk down. We're down to a few key issues. And then when it comes to the spalling issue that we're at right now, as I said, it's not affecting substantial completion, but I think to your point, it's affecting my ability to practice.
Yeah.
And that's a concern. But I've got Richard and his team. You focus on substantial completion. Got Marco and Matt and that team and our engineering team with our experts. They're focused on working with RTG and Alstom to hold them to account to fix the issue as soon as possible. So although we're seeing positive progress in their ability to provide us the documentation that gives us that assurance.
Yeah.
I don't have a timeline for you yet, other than, we're working tirelessly to get that assurance so that we can look at that 100,000 kilometer restriction and look at either expanding it, but ultimately removal of it. Right? That's what we want to do. We want to remove that restriction so we can get back to the full fleet. And then we can focus on the permanent long-term solution, which includes the CBA. So, Councillor, I hope I answered your question, but I don't know, Richard, if I missed anything you wanted to add.
Oh, and again, just a reminder, this is all RTG that is creating these issues. So I appreciate the honesty. I think we just have to have a more honest discussion about the realistic timelines of the East End extension. Usually we would joke and I'd say, well, we'll make Blues Fest. There's no way it's going to happen on God's green earth. Knowing that this line is going from Tunnies to Trim, it won't happen. I'd be shocked if it's done within the next year, and that's just reality. So I think we have to plan for all eventualities about the busing side of things. That's the only thing we really control is the buses, this table, until we actually have our mayor engage in those discussions with the province about taking over this system and getting this resolved. But what's left in the wheelhouse that we have is buses. So I'll just quickly pivot off that. And I just want to also characterize on behalf of the East End colleagues that have Kits, Luloff, and Dudas. I'm kind of their rep because I'm sitting on this committee. I want to thank you guys. You have been communicative with us, but this is a major blow to the East End of the city when we see the system and everyone's like, why is it not running? Why is there not even testing? Stephanie gets so special. So it's unfortunate, but I'd rather deal with the realities of things. We only control buses, and RTG, they have to have their feet put in the fire by the mayor. That's his responsibility. When it comes to buses, obviously I'm very concerned. I'm hearing timelines changing. Suddenly our buses have they're going Benjamin Button here and reducing in age, but if I remember correctly, our tranches of buses are 26, 25, and 24 years old, but I'm hearing 20 years old now. I'd be shocked if we had a 20-year-old bus, but can we just clarify how old our fleets are?
Mr. Chair, that ranges between the type of fleet. So you have the articulated fleet that's over 15 years old. It's almost at 16 right now. We have some of the older Envero buses. Some of them have reached 20 years. That's the older ones.
Yeah.
The rest we have are between 7 and 10. And obviously then the electric buses are.
Great. And with the electric buses, I did say I would raise this question. The dashboard as of today, I believe, says about 40. And thank you for getting the update. I know I check it all the time, just like the weather. It's like, hey, is it updated this month? Thank you for putting it online. It says 40 in service. Is there actually 40 on the road? Because when I see in service, I mean they're actually running. And if that's not the case, we should categorize and say we have 40 buses and 25 are on the road, just so we're honest with the public.
Mr. Chair, no, we don't have 40 on the road. And at this point in the project timeline, we don't actually require 40 yet on the road. So we have, on average, a need for 30 to be on the road, just because we have to take into consideration the charging, the maintenance, and the training on them. So 30 is what's required. Now, to be honest, we've had a couple of weeks where we could not even get close to it.
Yeah.
Only because we had some learning curve issues. We had, as I mentioned, it's been a while, but we're still in the training phase for our mechanics, so we don't have enough people trained to maintain them. But we're recovering. We're now back in the high 20s, and we're going to try to continue that way.
Yeah, and that's why when I heard about it, I asked the chair straight up. I said, is this really, do we have 40? And we were kind of under the assumption we were. Clearly we're not. So I think we really have to ensure that website's accurate as far as the dashboard goes, in service versus what we actually have. Those are two different numbers, because I've been actually doing the e-bus hunt. I went and I tracked down 22 of them. I spent 2 days because, and I asked friends, anytime you see an e-bus, I found about 22. But if we can ensure that we have the accurate in-service versus what we actually have in fleet. And my next question, I asked Troy in the past about diesels, adding the diesels on there. Obviously, every time there's a fire, something happens. There's a great website on Facebook about retiring buses. People really love their buses in this city, by the way. I saw one that was retired, Unit 4203 last week. How do we determine when those are retired? If they're still running, there must be some factor. I know we don't have maintenance for almost all of our buses anyway, as part of warranties, and we have to manufacture parts, but how's the determination made about retiring a bus like 4203, which seems to be working quite fine?
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll start with a quick comment, and then I'll ask Rami to
Sure.
get into the detail on how we determine the buses that we retire. Just to the further comment, Councillor, with regards to the buses that are in service. So
Yeah.
we do typically report on the number of buses that are available service, just like we do with all our entire fleet. We always need to have spare buses because buses need to come in for maintenance inspections. And as Rami mentioned, there's the training requirements with our ZEB fleet. We need to train our mechanics and as well finish training up our operators on that.
Yeah.
The number of buses, for any bus type varies from day to day. And that's the challenge in reporting that number. Like, Monday to Friday, you may have a day where, Rami's able to hit the 30 number, and then the next day it's 15 and then 20. Weekends, it's a different number as well too. So that's why we go with the number of buses that are available for service, because that's an indication of, okay, our spare ratio, we have a spare ratio, and then number of buses that we put into service. So we can look at how we can refine that number, but I think it would be difficult to provide it a per day, here's how many buses were in service, unless we did it sort of retroactively.
Yeah, no, just monthly tranches like what we're doing for the e-buses, just to say, it's great if we accept delivery of brand new buses, but if they're never fired up, they really shouldn't be included in that number, or at least a separate category to say, yeah, we have these buses, they're on site, they were delivered, but they're not actively in service. I think those are two different metrics.
No, and that's a fair point. And Mr. Chair, that's, some of the information that Rami started to show more and more of is breakdown of our fleet, where they are at its various stages. So we'll continue to refine that and get you some more information. And Then at that point, I'll let.
Yeah,
Rami
just
talk
about
the-
4203. It seems in this time, I don't want to retire any buses if we can use more duct tape and bubble gum, which we're doing now anyway. There must be a safety reason why.
Mr. Chair, the this bus, sorry, 4203, I believe it's an Envero bus. They're very well loved, to your point, Councillor. They're definitely very, very loved. However, they're buses that we bought in between 2004 and 2005. So they're old. They've served their time. They have over 1 million kilometers on them. Some of them are gone to a point where we can't upkeep with their maintenance, and it's now costing us a debt really in terms of labor hours. So we have to balance keeping a bus versus the labor that's available to keep the bus. And our plan was to decommission the buses one for one as the electric buses come in. Now, we've went through our plan. We have a more complicated, I guess, or more complex, pardon me, formula to determine what time we should be retiring buses. However, the key point here is that we need to focus that our labor is not spent on the lower amount of kilometers to put in service. So we're going to refurbish some buses. The plan will be shared in a later committee meeting. However, some of them, unfortunately, we just have to part ways. And some of them we're going to use for non-revenue service, such as training or other events we use them for.
Okay, and I'll let other people get on board. I'll just stop here with one more quick question just to get back to the original one.
Quick question.
Well, we have been waiting a month to get to this point, so I will be efficient. Yes. So retiring the buses, I just want to make sure we're only retiring the good ones. And last, like I was saying, back to the diesel bus question, can we get that on a monthly dashboard as well?
Mr. Chair, yes, we can, and we're working on this request.
Yep.
However, as Troy mentioned, to get the more daily outlook, it'll be kind of a weekly historical look rather than daily, only because our software is not ready yet to share information daily. That's one of the softwares we are upgrading this year.
Great. I'll go back on the board.
Absolutely.
All right, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. In one of the earlier slides, there was in one of the bus fleet slides, there was a sort of whole timeline that sort of talks about your strategy towards improving the fleet. One of the things is a mechanic recruitment plan. I've seen on our garbage trucks, I've seen on other vehicles that require 310T technicians that they're also hiring. So I'm kind of curious about what you, or I guess the royal we, might be doing to incentivize people to come here rather than go to, for example, to Miller Waste.
Mr. Chair, I guess there's a lot that we are doing, but I'm going to boil it down to two major, I guess, incentives that will put us ahead of other competitors in the market. Number one, we've spoken about a lot because it was a very good work done to get the salaries for the mechanics in a place where we can be competitive. So number one was the salary. That's good. Being a city employee comes with a lot of benefits already, but matching the salaries was a very big bonus. The second piece would be schedules. That's what we're working on today. Unfortunately, our mechanics have to work more in the evenings and the weekends, and that's not a big advantage for us. The buses are only available for the most part during evenings and weekends to be worked on. So we're working on different schedules, different scheduling ideas. We're working collaboratively with our counterparts in the union so that we can find a way where we can have a better work-life balance. And the third piece, to add just on top of all that, would be the apprenticeship program. We've put a lot of effort into restructuring this program, and we're going to go back to the market and add more apprentices so that we have more mechanics in the future.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add on to that too. And in terms of recruitment, I think I might have mentioned it before. We had previous recruitment campaigns where we netted 0 applicants. So now we're still relatively early in the program, but we have 17 applicants. It may not seem like a huge number, but if we could hire 10 mechanics from that pool, that combined with the apprentice program that Rami mentioned, we'll be in a much better state. But 17 total applicants, not a huge number, but it's obviously it's better than the 0 we received before. And, you know, in terms of our recruitment activity, LinkedIn, obviously we got the feature in Ottawa.ca where we've expanded our digital advertising. You've seen the bus, the interior, the exterior advertising. We're doing radio on Shea, Team 1200, Spotify. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 career fairs that we're going to be participating over the next couple months. And, once again, I want to refer back to the apprentice program because we know from a long-term sustainability perspective, we're going to need to grow this in-house. And, Rami and the team working with Sabrina and her training team, they revamped the apprentice program, not recently, like a year and a half ago, so that we could start netting some candidates coming out of that. So we're at a point now where before the summer, we should have between 5 and 6 apprentice mechanics now certified as full-fledged mechanics. And that's another opportunity for us to recruit people. So that, that's a bit of a selling feature for us with OC Transpo. There's opportunities to room and grow. We're a big organization. There's lots of opportunities. You want to, if you may not and you may not be a licensed technician, but get hired on as an operator, get hired on as a graduate tenant, and there's an opportunity to participate in this apprentice program. And then, maybe you want to be a supervisor, maybe you want to be a superintendent. There is lots of opportunities. So that's one of the pieces that we can really, I don't want to say sell, but we can advertise to the interested applicants is that it is a career. It is a career. And, we're OC Transpo is part of the larger city of Ottawa. And we see that too, right? So I want to retain the mechanics, don't get me wrong, but we need to attract them. So we've seen some positive steps in that regard. Recruitment's only going to take us so far. This is where we need to meet ourselves. We need to hold ourselves accountable to make sure we keep that apprenticeship program going, because I think that's going to be our measure of long-term success.
So thank you, first of all. So one of the challenges that we had with the bus operator recruitment back, I think it was 2 years ago now, when that all started up, was that there was a perception that that job can also go away when the LRT expanded, which sort of has happened in the past. Given that this is sort of part of a push to get ahead of our maintenance backlog because we have so many buses that are of the age that they are. Is there, is the plan to sort of retain these mechanics permanently, or is this really just part of a push to get us past this backlog? Because all those things are great that you mentioned there, but I don't think there's an attractiveness factor, especially when there are other companies who are looking to hire the same people. If there is a possibility that once we get past this backlog and we stabilize the fleet, that these people will not be needed.
All our hiring is permanent, full-time.
Okay, thanks. In that same chart in the slides, there was you had noted that there was going to be a refurbishment starting. Is that like for our oldest Novas, or are we refurbishing some buses?
Mr. Chair, it's a combination of different buses. We're starting with some of the articulated 60-foot buses this month. We've had a few go through a vendor process just to see the quality of the work being done. We have some internal work being done on the double deckers, and the Novas will be definitely on the list as well if we see that there's a need for them to start this year. However, we're reassessing some of the fleet needs, and we've been public before about our want to purchase used buses. However, we have some buses that could also be refurbished at a better cost or better availability at this point.
Okay, cool. I guess my next question then is how are the e-bus deliveries going of late? Because I know your dashboard says 41 available for service. We're supposed to be at 110 by the end of this quarter, and your presentation noted that we're aiming for 235 at the end of the year. I do know that the pace of delivery has sort of improved, relatively speaking, in the last few weeks. So do you think generally that can be maintained to get us to those targets that were shared, I want to say, back in November?
Mr. Chair, the target still holds. The last update I had was that we're receiving a lot of the buses were promised, and I believe we were about 110. Sorry, I don't have the note in front of me, but 110 expected by April. Probably 89 of them will be with OC TRANSPO. Some of them will still have to go through an inspection process with the vendor, and sometimes that gets delayed just because we may find things that need to be adjusted. So far, they're getting delivered.
And entering service.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay. Last question then is we keep talking about issues with the East End extension of the LRT, but so far it's been limited to the word issues or deficiencies, and there's not really anything. I mean, unless I haven't found it or I've missed something. There hasn't really been anything specific. Is there? What are these issues and deficiencies that we're looking at?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. So I provided some comments in the presentation to the kinds of issues that we've been dealing with over the last few weeks. It's a complicated system. There's a lot of elements that are integrated together. We have faced issues where certain elements of the installation on their own are okay, but when you look at it from an integrated system, then we have found some shortcomings. So the kind of shortcomings that we're currently dealing with, and we feel like we're almost to the end, as an example, would be the surveillance system that we have. We call it the platform edge camera system. So when a vehicle comes into a platform, the doors open, the operator of that train is very much focused on the movement of passengers in and out of the train. When the vehicle leaves, the operator is closely monitoring the camera views on their cab to ensure that there is no entanglement or there are no problems. There's nobody that is interfering with the doors as the train pulls away from the platform. So this is a key safety requirement of the project. It's a key safety requirement of the current system. And what we've discovered through the close monitoring and testing of the system is that there were integration issues with some of the camera views. We were not satisfied. We were not satisfied that the operators were getting the field of views that they needed. So that's an example of some of the issues that we have instructed KEV to resolve, and they're moving forward with those resolutions. So there's a number of other examples, but that's the one that we believe that we're at the end of resolving. And we're expecting to move forward, as we said, very shortly into the next phase.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to staff for the presentation this morning. And my colleagues have asked a number of questions that were on my list, so that will save us some time. I'll just want to start off by just restating my expectations as far as the presentation that we get here this morning. And it's twofold. One is with the East End extension. In the presentation, you outline the major steps that are still needed to happen before we open for passenger service, and that's good to see. What I'm looking for is for each step, the estimated timelines. You talked about trial running will be at least 3 weeks. That's great. To Councillor Lowe's question, the outstanding issues, we know what they are. We need to see that. We need to know how long each issue takes to fix, whether they're concurrent with other tasks that need to be fixed. Because I've heard Mr. Charter and his predecessors say we can't estimate a timeline. And I believe, and I look to you, that we absolutely can estimate a timeline, because you know all the outstanding issues. You need to know what each issue takes to fix when you're working with our partners. And ultimately, there's danger or there's some caution about continuously having a start date and having to move that like we've done with previous launches. But it causes me concern when I hear no timelines, because what I actually hear is we don't know. And we absolutely must know what all major steps take as far as time and all the outstanding issues. So we appreciate your work in that regard, but it gives me greater comfort to know that our senior management team knows what is outstanding, how long it's going to take, and that there's a plan to address those issues. When it comes to the other matters, the bus acquisition, mechanics, these are the main ingredients that are causing bus service reliability issues to begin with. So as part of our oversight as a transit commission, again, what I'd like to see in every presentation is there should be a deck on the buses that we've ordered, the timelines for receipt of those buses throughout the year, so we can, through you, manage and understand the delivery dates and communicate back to the public that, yes, one of the contributing factors to bus unreliability is the lack of buses in our fleet. And here's our plan, and we're delivering on that plan, and we can check that off when you present it to us. So again, through questions this morning, we have e-buses coming. We know that. We know in past presentations, you've had charts that estimates by quarter of 2026, and I think even to 2027, the exact number of buses we're expecting to receive. I'd like to see that still, because I want to see progress. If there have been new delivery challenges that have compromised those dates, we need to see that. And again, I think the councillor asked about the non-electric buses that we've tried to procure from other jurisdictions in Ontario. Is that number 14? 11? Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, so going back to the East End extension delay, and we heard that the spalling issue is contributing to our ability to either start trial running, complete trial running on schedule, or to complete trial running altogether. Which is it? Are we not able to start that until we get more trains on the track? Or are we able to start some of the trial running, but it's going to be a longer process?
Mr. Chair, in order to start trial running, the first thing that needs to happen is Kev needs to achieve substantial completion.
Right.
Then they need to file for substantial completion. So we're still at that point where they need to file for substantial completion. And then Richard and his team have the opportunity to review all the final documentation. As I said, we've been able to review a lot of the documentation up to this point. But they have to do all their final checks and balances, and their certifications that need to happen. Richard can elaborate upon that. But that's the next piece is substantial completion. Then we go into trial running. So currently the spalling issue is not affecting the East Extension at this point, other than, our teams are not having the opportunity to practice and be running. And that's an important aspect to this.
Sorry, can I just ask why?
Yep.
Why?
Because we are maintaining the number of vehicles to make sure that we have a sufficient number of vehicles to maintain the service levels we have now.
Right now, okay.
Right. So if we were putting more kilometers on more vehicles, you're putting more stress on the supply chain and CBAs and those types of things. So we really focus on that. And then, as well, Kev needs to, there's final work that they're doing to be ready for their substantial completion and trial running. So it's not an impact now. But when substantial completion is achieved, if we don't have, a minimum of 46, that's 46 vehicles in service, not accounting for spares and those types of things, 46 single car trains in service, we'd have to look at our trial running plan.
Okay. So when you hosted the technical briefing, you indicated you could repair 2 axles per day of the CBAs, and you had 68 CBAs in your inventory at the present time when the briefing was provided. So what is causing the, I'm not sure the right word here, but what is delaying our ability to get more trains in service on line 1 now? Is it just simply we need more time to service those carriages that have not yet been serviced, or is there anything else like why are we not seeing more trains on the line sooner?
Mr. Chair, yes, at the technical briefing, we talked about, the information that was available at the time indicated how many CBAs that they had on site. And then as well, what they thought their supply chain could support on an ongoing basis. There's still some work that Alstom is doing with regards to securing that supply chain for a longer term basis. But what we're seeing right now is that, we need to make sure that we're managing our fleet, managing kilometers. They can do up to, 1 to 2, at the time, I think we said 2 axles per day. They're achieving what they're achieving right now is one, but there's all the other maintenance activities that need to happen in managing the fleet of vehicles. And, this is where you get a bit of a compounding effect. And I know people maybe not necessarily want to hear it, but it's, given the ongoing mitigations and containment measures on the CBAs already exist, this is on top of that.
Right.
Right. So there's restrictions in terms of how many kilometers and we've had all the conversations about pinned hubs and unpinned hubs and, how many kilometers they can go, and then, trailer bogies and motor bogies, all that sort of stuff. And we can get into that level of detail, but it's really just about managing the fleet of vehicles, and, and Alstom needs to secure a consistent, reliable supply chain of these CBAs. So we're being very, very cautious at this point. I want to be in a position where we could say we're able to, where I want to really focus our staff's attention is on that 100,000 kilometer restriction, to have that either lifted or, or expanded or removed. Because I think that is our short and medium term, that's our most viable solution moving forward. And then obviously the permanent solution, but that's what's really preventing us being able to expand the fleet right now, is that we're really trying to manage the fleet, manage the vehicles until we have better line of sight from Alstom in terms of their supply chain.
So just so I understand correctly, everything that you've said, we're still going to be able to add net increase to the fleet in the days and weeks to come? Or am I understanding what you've just said correctly, that you have concerns about, notwithstanding the trial testing that will add kilometers to the existing carriages, but are you rather keeping the number of carriages that we have in service right now at that static level because you don't want to further increase? I'm just trying to better understand the timelines. What do I tell the public? Public say, well, right now we don't have the capacity of trains in line. It's very crowded at rush hour. Riley, tell me, what is the plan in the short term that OC Trans was aiming to increase capacity at the levels that we need? And what is your answer to that question?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate there's a lot in this piece to it, and there's a lot of moving parts too, and that's why, sometimes I'm remiss to get into the detail, because we're dealing with the best information at the time, and then that information can change, right? So right now we're at, as I said, we got 21 vehicles available for service. There is a potential that number will increase by a few vehicles.
Okay.
That's with the current restriction of the 100,000 restriction, no changes there.
And right now you need 26.
Right now I would need 26 just to meet our peak period requirement.
Okay.
But we're also seeing right now, and I appreciate it's not an ideal situation, we are seeing with the increased frequency of trains that we've been able to operate, Joel and his team managing and getting to a point where we're running 3 to 4 minute headways at peak periods. And I think Joel, if I look to you, we've been able to increase the headway midday as well in early evening. So with the increased headways we've been able to do, so increasing the number of single car trains, it's I'd say, most times it's keeping up with the demand. Recognizing that the trains are busy, the stations are busy, but we're seeing very, very few situations where the first train comes and it's not able to pick everyone up. So that gave us some confidence to say, you know what, let's stay at this level of service right now, manage our fleet of vehicles, manage the kilometers as we continue to work the issue with the restriction that RTG has to work with. The other flip side to this as well too is, if you recall, the first day or two, we ran a combination of single and double car trains. Confusing for customers. And one of the things that I am cautious of is, and you see it in transit properties all over the world, whether it be bus or train, people running for vehicles. That's when things can happen. And I don't want to do that if I have to. If we can consistently say every second train is going to be a double car train or something, then it gives us, that reduces that risk associated with people running for a train, then something occurring. So we're managing all those aspects to it. And I appreciate probably a real long answer here to try to get to your point. But in the short term, based on everything we're seeing right now, we would be looking to stay at our current number of trains that are in service, with the focus on looking at that 100,000 kilometer restriction to either expand it so that it frees up more trains and then we can start to return to double car capacity, and ultimately working towards removing it. And I think contrary to your earlier point, I don't have a timeline.
Okay.
But Marco and his team, they're meeting with some of their experts daily. They've got a connection later today. They've got a connection tomorrow. We're seeing progress. And all we're asking for at the end of the day is for RTG and Alstom to give us the confidence that they have that the system is safe. And we're asking, some of you've heard me say it. We're just asking, show us your math. Show us the information that gives you that confidence that the fleet is safe. Have it signed off by a certified engineer, and then we'll review that and we'll make the decision. But ultimately, it's a technical issue that they need to resolve. We're going to hold them to account to do that, and we are making progress. And I wish I could give you a timeline.
Fair enough. I appreciate that information, Mr.
Councillor, you're almost at time, so one more question.
I don't have any other questions on this matter, but I think it's timely for me to introduce the direction to staff. And this is just about the number of mechanics, the metrics and reporting, a future slide. And so colleagues, I'll just read the direction. As part of the standard agenda item at Transit Committee meetings noted as OC TRANSPO update, rail bus TRANSPO, direction be given to the acting general manager to add a slide to future presentations that informs the committee of the current number of mechanics on staff, the number needed to reach that should be optimal, not optical, optimal staffing levels, the established timeline to reach the optimal level, and a summary of outreach being undertaken to recruit new mechanics. So this is just to provide the committee with an ongoing update on mechanics on hand and the number that we need to provide that service. So thank you, Chair.
Will staff take that as direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can take that direction. Just one caveat on that. When we talk about the optimal level of mechanics, just recognizing that number will change over time as we onboard new buses and as we gain more experience with the ZEBs, we can better refine what our projections and estimates are. So, but with that understanding, we can follow that direction, gladly do that. And to your earlier points about, the delivery and timelines for delivery, that's something we can easily incorporate back into our presentations.
Okay. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Premièrement, je tiens à vous remercier pour les
First of all, I would like to thank you for the regular update provided over the past few weeks. We're receiving a lot of information, and we hope that you will continue doing so until we reach an acceptable service level.
I'm surprised how much information we've been provided, so I very much appreciate that. Just a few questions. With respect to the current Line 1 situation, there was mention that there are people that are assisting on the platforms. What are they doing? Are they telling people not to run? Are they at all stations? How long is it taking to get them dispatched there if there's an overcrowding problem? If you can just explain that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So currently we have staff at Bayview Station in the AM peak, and we have staff at U of Ottawa in the PM. Those are the two locations where we have seen at times trains not able to pick up. The other stations have been pretty good in terms of the trains being able to pick up all the passengers with the first train along. So what they're doing on the platforms is directing people to space out along the platforms, to make use of all the doors. And as the trains are loading up, they're encouraging people to stand away from the doors, because what we're seeing is customers are gathering around the doorways and not spreading out into the rest of the train. So they're assisting with those activities, as well as providing information and guidance to the passengers. But we haven't seen the need to integrate that into other stations, but we have the ability to do so if we see the need.
Okay, thanks. So you haven't really seen trains full, not being able to pick people up at stations other than Bayview and U Ottawa?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We have seen occasionally trains not able to pick up at various locations, but very rarely. It's largely those locations.
Okay, thanks very much. And I think my next question is probably for you, Joël. You talked a little bit about the work of the Real-Time Operations Center and in terms of monitoring the bus network and the LRT network. And obviously, you got a lot of decisions to make in terms of when canceling buses, and particularly I think that's something that's probably always challenging for everyone, for you and for the people that are expecting a bus and the drivers. But probably more now so, especially with the level of service being what it is, and frustration with clients, I imagine with drivers as well. But when you see a repeated problem with cancellation of repeated buses due to the fact that has to be done on street cancellations, what changes are made, for example, to scheduling when you see repeated patterns?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So we do have weekly meetings where we analyze the service data from the previous week. Those metrics are fed back to our planning and scheduling departments for future service changes. Currently, obviously, with the bus shortage situation, it's a little bit more of a fluid situation that's changing. It's not really our normal process that we would follow to where we're more fine-tuning and looking for quality control. Right now, we're unfortunately in a situation where we're largely focused on filling canceled trips. And that's certainly not where we want to be. And it's tough on, as you mentioned, on all of our employees, our bus operators, our supervisors, customer service, everyone. So, but we are still meeting weekly and providing that feedback on where the problems are back to our other internal teams.
Okay, and our adjustments then made, and I'll just use a personal story. I once emailed Pat because I said my bus came 6 minutes early, and he said, no, your bus was 24 minutes late. And it's actually not been on time 30% of the time, and it's because of the construction. So how are those decisions made to change the route? Like if we're operating a route that's 30%, never there 30% of the time, how do we make those decisions? Like I think it's always pertinent, but especially pertinent now with the shortage and customer expectations.
Mr. Chair, when there's construction projects, our team works with the project manager for the project to decide on what is the best way to reroute the buses that is best for both transit customers and for the completion of the project.
Okay, thank you. I know we've got lots to cover, but I think it'd be interesting to understand that a little bit better in the future. There's been a lot of questions today about the fleet and how much we have, when things are coming in, about mechanics, fixing the fleet. Right now, as I understand it, it's about 30% of the fleet that is out of service on any particular day. Is that correct?
Pardon me, Chair, are we talking about bus fleet? But the bus fleet, not the train?
The bus fleet.
It is almost about 30%, yes.
And is it typical that you would see about 20% out regularly? Like, is that the expectation of good fleet management for transit buses overall?
I'm trying to summarize my answer without getting all over the place. So, Mr. Chair, 20% is an ideal level of spare ratio. However, we've taken a different approach in last year to kind of re-engineer our approach to how we manage our bus fleet. One of the things we have taken into consideration is the amount of mileage we're seeing from the buses. So MDBF is the mean distance between failure that we really lead by. And so we have certain bus types that are not as good as others, especially the older they get, the more we need from them. So in order to answer, it's not necessarily 20% all the time. So when we purchase our buses, we're purchasing on a 15-year base. We're putting a 20% spare ratio. We have to look at this again and wonder if, or recalculate what is the spare ratio required to keep the buses on the road for 15 years with the same level of reliability. That's the change we're doing from an asset management perspective. It's a lot of work that had to go into it. One of them was getting a uniform inspection regime or preventative maintenance plan. So now we have this new plan we launched this year. We worked on it last year. And now we're expecting every bus to last 10,000 kilometers between inspections. Unfortunately, that's not the case for over half of our fleet because they're at the point where they're not doing this. But also means that some fleets are just not built the same way and they're not going to give you 10,000 each time. So we have to either recalculate how many labor hours required, or what does the spare ratio require to compensate for the lack of kilometers. We can't just assume that's 20% anymore across the 15 years.
Okay, thanks. So it seems like right now we're sort of just managing what we have to the best of our ability. But is there like longer term work that's done and looking in terms of like an ideal fleet management strategy, like the sizes of buses versus the type of buses, so that like, is that some place ideally we'd like to be, some place in the future when we're not managing in such a reactive way?
Chair, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm glad. Thank you for taking us there. Because this is where, some of our longer term actions are going to be, right? We've talked a lot about, the short term and medium term actions that we're looking to get our bus fleet availability up. But I think, committee and customers want to know, well, how are you going to prevent this from happening again? And I look to, I had a conversation with the media last week, and one of the things I said was, things are going to be better, onboarding more buses, recruiting more mechanics, and then with better weather, we know that it's easier on a fleet of vehicles, right? And but I didn't want to leave anyone with the impression that we're hanging all our hopes on better weather, because winter will return, right? So this is about sustainability for us, right? So no, one of the things that we are working on is looking at our long-term fleet plan. One, to specifically deal with this issue, but as well, one of the lessons learned is we purchased a large number of buses all at the same time, 18, 19, 20 years ago, right? So what adjustments can we make to our procurement plan to even that out more frequent but smaller purchases? So what that means is, some of the purchases that we plan, we're going to want to advance. And that's a conversation we want to have here. What Rami is looking at, and as well as his team, is, okay, we've got some poor performing buses that do we want to maintain them for 15 years? Rather than expending that money on the refurb, maybe we take that money and put it towards purchasing a new bus. That's all the work that we're working on now. So thank you for taking us there.
I appreciate that. And I know we want to focus on short term getting out of this, but I think long term for us to understand how we build that fleet, the decision, what is the ideal fleet? What is the customer base we want to serve, and not what we have to serve, which is what we're working towards now. So I appreciate that. I think I have a couple of tiny little questions I'll just sneak in. Just on the mechanics, on the recruitment of mechanics. I mean, that's been something that's been discussed a number of times. Can you just remind me, for the in-house program that was introduced, I think it was back in 2023 where it was reinstated, and I think you've got a couple, 6 or so mechanics that are graduating. Does OC TRANSPO cover the cost of that program?
Thank you can you repeat the question, please, Councillor?
Yeah, do we cover the OC TRANSPO in-house mechanic program? I think it was reintroduced in June. Do we cover the costs of the education?
Yes, for the apprenticeship program, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I'll let someone else go. Thanks.
Councillor Menard, you're up next.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I've been talking to my residents a lot about this because we're getting a lot of negative feedback constantly. Emails, phone calls, it's really bad out there. And what I tell them is that this is an emergency and we can never let this happen again. This needs to be treated like an emergency water main repair, all hands on deck to fix this problem. So I have 2 lines of questioning. One is what we are doing to stem the immediate emergency. And I'm talking about mostly our bus issue. I'll stick to that, although the train is an issue too. And then 2, how we got here in the first place and how we don't let that happen ever again. So on the emergency measure options, I want to be clear on what's actually happening and what month we are anticipating this short-term pain will be alleviated. So what I understand is right now we are currently doing all we can to hire mechanics. And I've also heard we're sending our buses to other agencies for repair. I have some concerns with that because of in-house work and contracting out. We're in an emergency, but so how are those things going right now? The actual hiring of mechanics and then sending our buses to another agency.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll start with the answer and then I'll ask Rami to elaborate a little bit more. So you touched upon a few of the key points. Maybe to start, part of the conversation we've been having throughout this winter is that, unfortunately, throwing more money, at the problem right now wouldn't necessarily resolve our issue because it comes down to, aging buses, procurement and resources. So that's where we really focused our plans. And then, as I just mentioned to Councillor Carr, we are thinking also long term, so we can sustain this, and we're not in a situation where this happens again. That's your point is bang on in that regard. It's one thing to be in this situation. It's another thing to be in this situation a second time down the road, and that's something we need to prevent. So full tilt ahead on the recruitment. We were able to, as said, start to get some really good candidates through our program. It's not a massive number, but as I said, previous campaigns netted 0 people, and right now we have 17 applicants that are going through the process. And I think if we can net out, 7, 8 mechanics out of that, plus the 5 to 6 apprentices that we expect, we'll have 14, 15 more mechanics, within the next, I'll say 2 to 3 months. There's the mechanics are at the various stages of the recruitment process. The apprentices, we know that they're coming before the start of summer. So that's a resource aspect, and we need to continue that. We need to continue our apprentice program. We need to continue being very proactive in terms of our advertising and recruitment, because I don't want to leave anyone with the impression as well that once we've received 14 mechanics that our problems are solved with our resourcing issue there. We need to continue to hire more. There's a shortage of mechanics. Reason why Rami provided the backlog of labor work that highlights that. So our target this year would be to, if we could onboard 14, 15, that's great. But we need to continue, and that's our longer term focus. A big portion of this is we know that the ZEB buses are coming. We should have 110 available for service by the end of March, beginning of April, with upwards of 235 coming by the end of the year. Yes, there were delays with the original ZEB onboarding and procurement, but we haven't seen a significant shift in many months in terms of their schedule now, a little bit here and there. So we really need to onboard those buses, and when we have, when we get towards that end of March, beginning of April, combined with the work that Rami's doing with regards to the working with the team, and we are leveraging overtime as much as we can, and working with the union on how we can get more efficiencies. We'll be in a much better state come April. And then, as I said to my earlier point, we'll have better weather, which makes it easier to manage a fleet. We are maximizing the amount of work that we can outsource as well too, and I appreciate your concerns on that, and the union's been very vocal on that as well too. But it's also a reflection of the fact of where we are, and there's just not enough labor hours here, within OC TRANSPO to get the work done, and there's not enough labor hours with regards to the qualified vendors to do all the work in Ottawa. We've maxed them out as well too. So Rami and his team, in addition to looking for used buses, and we are still looking for used buses, that conversations are going with other properties, and there's been a few that's reached out to us. There's one potential lead. However, they need their buses until sometime in the summer.
Yeah, I'm going to get into that in the next line of question. Just on the mechanics piece, and then the buses to other agencies. I want to hear how that's going.
Okay. I'll let Rami give the details on where we're at with that.
Mr. Chair, in regards to outsourcing our work, I believe it's not other agencies that we're talking about. It's other vendors. So similar to the vendors we have in Ottawa, just outside of the city, because we have maximized their capacity. We've had a good project going on right now with a vendor from the GTA region. They're specialized in refurbishment of buses and heavy vehicles. They have almost like a factory style setup, which is good for the application we have. We have a lot of 60-foot articulated buses that have had some major repairs over the years. We have new engines in them, new transmissions. It's a lot of money spent in, but the structural damage is too large for our mechanics to take on. Not because they can't, they definitely can. They're probably the best at it. They just have so much more to work on. So as you saw one of the slides, we have about 78 plus buses that require 30 plus days of work. That's a lot. That requires a lot of mechanics. So these are the kind of vendors we're leveraging right now. It's going well. The first few buses are there. I'm expecting about 5 or 6 to come back every week for the next 6 weeks. And so that's a good thing to see. However, we're progressing in a way where we're also being cautious. We don't want to be spending money on the buses and then they come back with the quality done properly.
So is it Mississauga? Is it where we are?
Near Mississauga. I forgot the name of it.
Have we received any back yet? You said 5 to 6 every week for the next 6 weeks. I know we had a 2-week timeline to start it. that. I think it was a 2-week turnaround or something that we would send them there and then start to get them back. So are we receiving them back now or not?
We're supposed to receive the first one next week. We had two members of our team visit the location last week, actually. Pardon me, I can remember. Or actually early this week. They visited, they looked at the work. It's looking good. They gave some comments about some of the other work they want to see, but we're supposed to start seeing some next week.
First next week. Okay. So as of next week, we should get that first one back and then one a week, you're saying?
Until April.
Okay. That's right. Thank you for that. On the bus procurement, we knew when we launched New Ways to Bus that this was going to be a concern. We had it in a slide. We said we don't have enough buses to fulfill the New Ways to Bus mandate. And even that was a reduction in service. So we've known for some time about the issues. On the used bus procurement, I know those diesel buses are in service now. We have 50 new articulated buses coming, the ZEVs coming, but then on used buses, I know you were saying there's a vendor and you were telling me, I think over email, we're anticipating summer, that they could be procured by summer, given when that vendor or when they could be available based on when they don't need them in service anymore. And those are fairly newer buses. It just gets back to the timeline. So are we still pursuing that amount of buses, and how many buses are we looking at used in that case to bring for the summer?
Mr. Chair, we've been looking at every potential lead for used buses. I've personally been involved in almost all of them, at least 6 or 7 so far, solid leads. However, I'm also cautious in purchasing buses that are going to end up being junk that we're going to own here. Unfortunately, that's been the case most of the time, except for the 11 we bought. They were a really good deal, really good condition. The vendor we're talking to, the other lead is an agency that we talk to through our network and in transit industry. They have an idea of how many they're going to retire. They just are waiting for their special events in the summer. They're not trying to end up with a situation where they're short buses. So I'm hoping closer to that date, we're going to send some of our staff over there to inspect them. If they're in good structural shape with a good maintenance record, that's something we're going to pursue.
Yeah. Okay. And that's looking like summertime. So obviously we're ways off. Has anything else been looked at? What other emergency measures have been looked at to procure either or to institute shuttle buses or more partnership with STO? I know there's some difficulties there, but we do have cross-border transfer. So what other options are being pursued in this case to stem the immediate tide, which is now through, it sounds like, to the end of March, early April?
And Mr. Chair, we've explored a few options and, through various reasons, they just haven't been feasible. But one of the ones that we did also look at was, utilization of, school buses, right? But there's regulatory issues, there's staffing issues, and what we're seeing in terms of, other properties, especially properties that are close, the challenges that we're facing with regards to mechanics and operators and availability of buses, a lot of them are, not in the same situation we are, but not in a situation where they have extra resources to be able to provide to us and help us out in that regard, because they're operating very much at the margins as well too. So, we have explored other opportunities with other bus types. So where we've just come back to is really just focusing back our efforts on, obviously getting mechanics, onboarding those buses as quickly as possible, training our staff so we can maintain the ZEB buses as quickly as possible, all those actions. And we know that they'll yield the positive results. And, I know that we're talking a lot about, summer and then, into next year. But we really do think we're going to be in a much better state once we get into early spring. But to your point, that's March, early April. I'm pleased with the progress that we've been making with regards to our increases in availability. But that also needs to translate into, how that affects our customers and a reduction in the number of undelivered trips. So, but we're really focused on the efforts that we've talked about here to get our fleet count up and get the staffing that we require to maintain and operate the vehicles.
Okay, thank you for that. So if we're talking to residents, we can say we're looking end of March, early April, when things should be restored to a 520 bus fleet availability on the road. Is that what we're saying?
Mr. Chair, that's the safest approach right now to answer. I'll be candid and I'll mention that the cold weather is the one that's hurting us the most. The days where we're seeing the temperature drop below -10, for example, are days where we're able to put buses on the road. The cold weather has been very, very difficult for the H buses. So hopefully, I won't be hopeful, but I'll just aim for April for now. But I think we're going to see better.
All right, that's appreciated. I want to go through how we got here. That's the second line of questioning. So there's been a lot of things happening. Obviously, there's EV delays. There's delays in the procurement for all buses takes a long time. In 2023, we retired 117 older buses. We did that to save some operational funds because we were saying they're old. The service isn't needed right now because it was end of pandemic and people weren't taking the bus as much. So we retired 117 older buses. We had a fleet at that time of 851. We were going down to 738. So has that come back to haunt us, that decision, or are those buses just purely needed to be retired? There was a savings that was had as a result of not having to repair those older buses, or is there something else that should have been done at that time to make sure, hey, we're keeping some in service because we're anticipating, even if we're not anticipating delays in the orders, just in case we have backups?
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, the buses that we retired were not good buses. They were taking a lot of our labor effort. Unfortunately, we see that in other similar buses today, where the labor spent on them is not generating the amount of reliability we need. They're taking double the amount of they were at the time, I think, taking double the amount of effort to put them on the road, getting quarter of the mileage we needed. So keeping them would have been only added junk and an added list of buses that are not on the road today. What we need to avoid doing this in the future is, one, stagger our purchase of buses, understand their capability, and stop when we need to stop and reassess if this is the right type of bus for us.
Time for one more, Councillor.
Thank you. We ordered 50 diesel articulated buses. This was before Councillor Lowe's motion and after Council had also decided to order more ZEV buses. So obviously we could order diesel buses when we needed to. Newer buses. Is there a need in the future right now to be thinking about I don't care about the technology. I want to make sure we have buses on the road. So is there a need right now to be thinking about future capital orders staggering and what's the plan at this point? So again, we're not into this in 2028, 2030. Because is our bus fleet, we have LRT launching. You have to connect up with the LRT. Usually when LRTs launch in other cities, you see bus availability. You need more bus availability to get to the LRT line. We've gone in the opposite direction. I know there's been a difference with Transitway and those sorts of things, but I'm just concerned about the future and don't want to get into this situation again where we're getting all these angry emails and phone calls and people saying, what are you individually doing about this to fix this problem? Because they're pissed and they want to directing it to somebody, right? So what are we doing to make sure this doesn't happen in the future? Are we ordering? Is there capital budget enough? Is it a budget issue? What's been the problem?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. And it's similar to the response I was talking to with Councillor Carr. Yes, I mean there is a need to look at our procurement plan. And so we do have a long-term procurement plan, but what we want to do is we want to focus on, and that's the work that we're doing over the next couple months is looking at how can we even it out in advance some of those bus purchases now. Rami's team is looking at, they're doing the analysis on, how much, the mean time between failures, out of service time because they're up on hoist for extended period of time, looking at all those buses and then looking at as well, what's coming in terms of midlife refurbs. And do we want to invest the money in refurbing these buses or would we prefer to purchase new buses? So if we have a portion of our fleet, and we know there's buses and portions of our fleet that aren't meeting our performance targets, that are getting older, and might be worthwhile to redirect that money to a bus procurement purchase. So over the next couple months, that's something that we'll be working with Pat and his team to look at our procurement plan. How can we even it out how can we even it out, advance some purchases so we're not doing these advanced purchases and being in a similar situation like we are today. 100%. A lot of our focus and our discussions today is about the short-term measures that we're going to take to improve the service, but we are taking that longer-term view, that we need to learn from these situations and make sure that we don't apply it in the future moving forward. So your point is bang on, Councillor. But we are looking at our procurement plan, and I appreciate Councillor Lowe's motion in that regard, because we are looking at what works best for the service, and it's not solely focused on zero emission buses. What works for our service? Is it a 60-foot bus? Is it a 40-foot bus? Is it more diesels? Is it more electric? We have that flexibility to look at that, and we'll bring that back to committee.
Can I just do a quick follow-up before our next speaker? If you're able to find used buses from another system, are you able to purchase those on delegated authority, or does it need to come back to committee or council?
I'm going to look to someone to just confirm my answer, but I believe we are able to purchase them on delegated authority, and that's what we did with the 11 used buses.
Okay, that's good. If it's not the case, let us know, because I think we would be happy to move something in here or at council to allow you to move as quickly as possible on that. Vice Chair DesRoches is up next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Déjà, on a eu beaucoup de questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had several questions already. I have the same questions, so I won't repeat them.
I will say, though, that when I hear your presentation and when I hear you out almost every day talking about the work that you're doing, the key message is you are focused on the fix. Everyone in the organization from top to bottom, 7 days a week, you're working to fix the challenges that we're having, and you're focused on that. I would suggest you do need to be out there on a regular basis, outlining the information that you've provided with us today, explaining what we're doing again to focus on the fix. Because when you're not out there, the spokespeople are interested but unqualified experts, and at worst, trolls. And we need to hear from the people that are working hard every day to focus on the fix. So please continue to be available. Please continue to keep council up to date on the work that you're doing. I know we're really excited about the East End extension. Many people are rightly impatient, but we have to pause and reflect that we did a lot of work this term of council on responding to the commission of inquiry that took place. Lots of important lessons were learned from that exercise. We put significant cost in both participating in the inquiry and responding to the recommendations in a thoughtful and thorough and meaningful ways. And that report can't sit on the shelf, and we can't forget about this. Can you confirm that, again, we're in that situation where there's a lot of pressure to get that line up and running, that you're committed to transparency in terms of the testing and the communications with the public, that you've got a good relationship with the contractor going forward, and that your decisions to launch are based on real readiness and not political pressure to get the system up and running? These were the kind of the core messages of the inquiry that really are important as we get really close to the launch.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that, and I'll ask Richard to answer, but I just want to say at the beginning, 100% that the public inquiry is not sitting on a shelf. I think Richard could probably name off every single one of the recommendations that come to it, and he takes it to heart with his team. We will launch when we're ready. That's not to say that there won't be things that still need to occur after substantial completion and after trial running. There still will be work that has to be done. We're not going to unreasonably withhold substantial completion and trial running, but we will launch when we're ready. And I think I'll speak on behalf of the entire team. No one is experiencing any political pressure to launch it to a significant date. Now, I get everyone wants the date, wants to know, and we appreciate that pressure because there's interest, and that's fantastic. We want people to be interested and engaged, and we appreciate all your engagement in that. But we will launch when we're ready, and I know I'll let Richard speak a little bit more in detail in terms of some of the the impacts or the lessons learned in terms of how we're handling things now compared to previously.
Yeah, thank you. So I think Troy's covered it, but maybe just to provide some kind of more color to the answer. I think there's a couple of things that were recommended through the public inquiry process that we're very much focused on at the moment. And the first one would be in relation to the agency that's responsible for the expansion program or the new launch needs to take the lead on the timelines. So we have a fairly complicated contractual structure with EWC, but also with RTM. And then we have many different groups internally. So it is incumbent on transit services to take the lead on when we think we're ready to launch. And so we take that very seriously. We are in a position to be able to say what we think is the earliest likely date. We do face challenges with giving this is the precise date. And we, I think, are very similar to other transit agencies across North America with being very cautious about saying exactly when we are going to open. And there is a common mantra, we will open when we're ready. So I think that's one key public inquiry recommendation. And then I think the second recommendation, which is very pertinent right now as we talk about trial running, is that trial running is there to simulate passenger service. And so, we will get into a totally full and transparent explanation of how we plan to undertake trial running. We are ready to sit down, and we're very excited about presenting that trial running plan. And it's very much based on the minutia of the recommendations of the public inquiry. So, like as a summary to your question, absolutely, we believe that we're following the public inquiry recommendations, both in the work that we've done, the work that we're planning to do to get to revenue service, and we know that that's what we're going to be judged against.
Good. Thank you for that answer. And I think we also have the experience of Line 2, where we demonstrated that we walk the talk for the recommendations, and pleased to hear that approach is being followed in this case here. I'll stand down now, Chair. I do have some questions about Line 2 and some other matters, but I'll wait until the next presentation, which I think could be folded into that discussion. Thank you.
Okay. And Troy, you wanted to make a clarification on something from earlier.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Chair. And it builds upon what Richard was talking about. And, I know we've been throwing out a lot of numbers and statistics, and we've been very, very specific in terms of, vehicle counts and those types of things. And I just wanted to clarify something with regards to the East extension and trial running. So, I've talked about 46 trains. That is the sort of the absolute minimum number of trains required for service, but it's based upon two requirements that are outlined in the PA, right? And keep in mind that the PA projected what our ridership was going to be, and this was done, a decade before COVID hit, right? So, the 46 trains is based upon meeting the service requirements based upon Line 1 ridership that was projected many, many years ago, pre-COVID, and we know we're not at those pre-COVID numbers. As well, it's predicated on having the right number of trains to simulate passenger service in the East. We will be coming to you with, when substantial completion is achieved and we're about to go into trial running, we've committed to doing a technical briefing. We will give you all the details with regards to the trial running plan, and that will include number of trains and spares, and, we'll get into all that level, the pass fail criteria, we'll get into all that level of detail. But I just want to clarify that, the 46 number of trains, it's a PA required number at this point, but it's based upon initial projection. It was based on projections that were done back in, 2012, 2015 time period. So there might be some adjustments to that. But it doesn't change where we're at from a spalling perspective. It doesn't change where we're at in terms of our ability to follow the public inquiry. Everything stands hold is we're going to launch when we're ready to launch. I just wanted to provide that clarification.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm just digesting that last piece. It does sound a lot like the moving the goalposts that was one of the challenges we faced establishing public trust with the Line 1 opening. The number 46 sounds like it's an absolute number that's written into the project agreement.
There is a service level that's outlined in the PA, and it identifies that what that service level would be running for trial running. But as I said, it was based upon, ridership projections. It was based on simulating what the ridership would be required at the time that you go into trial running. So there is some latitude there, but I appreciate there's zero intention to lower the goalposts. We want to make sure that we go through, trial running, that it is a reflection of the service that we need to provide, and that it is an accurate reflection that we'll be successful once trial running is over and we go into revenue service.
Will you ask us before you lower the threshold?
We'll be bringing that information to you, yes.
But you're not going to ask us. That sounds like informing.
That is correct.
I'll let that digest for the rest of the meeting. It does tie in. I've got a few questions. My colleagues have obviously been very thorough this afternoon with their questions, but I will move into the CBA availability and the effect that could potentially have on doing the trial running, if not actually running the service moving forward. It sounds like our best hope to avoid a CBA availability problem is if the mitigation that RTM has suggested would be the way to avoid having to replace those at the same frequency. If they can demonstrate to you, to your satisfaction, that there is a valid methodology behind that, then we don't have to worry about CBA availability. But if they don't demonstrate the mitigation will work to your satisfaction, then we need to make sure that we have enough spare parts on the shelf. I think a couple of weeks ago, you told us there were 68 spare CBAs on the shelf. What's that number now?
Mr. Chair, if you just give me a minute, I look to Marco. I don't know, Marco, you have that number, if you know?
I don't have the exact number of spare parts available on the shelf right now. The key focus area is what you mentioned, to have a stable process on the containment measures, which is an early detection of any damage. This would avoid any further change of the CBA topics there. We have a measurement system in place. What we are still working on is the validation and verification of this process.
Understood, but I don't want to let go of Plan B, which is that we would need to continue those CBAs on the same frequency if they are unable to demonstrate to you the validity of the methodology that they're using. So I am curious to know what our stock is of those spare parts, and I'm going to press you a bit on what Alstom is telling you about supply chain. Do we have a forecast for parts arrival?
Mr. Chair, that's an outstanding piece of information from Alstom that we've asked for this week, because we want to see greater line of sight as to what activities they're doing to bolster the supply chain and what exactly that supply chain is in terms of what they can receive on a monthly, weekly basis from their suppliers. So that is outstanding information. And I agree with your point. We want to be tackling this at multiple streams. It's not just one. I think our best scenario is getting that validation information to either lessen or remove the restriction. That's the best medium-term approach, the long-term approach being the ultimate solution. But we're not solely reliant on that one piece. So that's why we're pushing on. We want to see the line of sight on your supply chain and your ability to continue to replace CVAs if required. That's part of the ongoing discussion with them is there's a known issue. There's a new known issue. It's safe to assume that there will be more CBAs that will need to be replaced. That frequency yet to be determined, because it's still very early days. But you can't assume, Alstom, that the same replacement regime, the same replacement schedule will hold. You need to be prepared, and we're pushing them to be proactive in that regard.
Are we using the same CBA as multiple transit agencies around North America or globally?
Marco, if you can answer, please.
The axle design is unique to Ottawa. It was developed for the North American market. We have the same vehicle types on Finch West Line, and it will be as well on Ontario.
Okay. So they won't be supplying solely us with this CBA. There are a couple of other transit agencies that they'll need to supply.
That's correct. We have the plan of how many vehicles will be available for the next 2 to 3 weeks, which is stable.
Yep.
It is not as what we hoped to be increased. This is what we all want to see and hear. But based on the algorithm, how many axles have to be replaced at a certain mileage, and it's not only the threshold of 100,000 that we set in place, but is as well thresholds of previous CBA issue where we have the unpinned threshold of 60,000. On other cases, 120,000 and so on. So there's a multi-layer factor of how we do a calculation when an entire train or vehicle can be put back in service. It's not only one axle, it might be multiple axles. This has to be factored in how many CBAs we need to replace for a vehicle going back to service.
Okay. I'd be keen to know by way of memo when you have some greater visibility on inventory levels and forecasts for those spare CBAs. I've been thinking a lot about that since our discussion about that at the technical briefing, and it's keeping me up at night. I think I heard the answer to my next question in a previous answer. Though, as trains return, it sounds like it's TBD as to what the plans are with respect to offering coupled trains on some frequency.
That is correct, Chair. The situation is a little fluid. We saw in the early days when we were providing, I'm not sure if it was 2 or 3 double car trains, it resulted in confusion for customers on the platform. So we want to be in a situation where we could, very clearly articulate that it's, every second or third train would be a double car train. It poses some challenges in how we communicate that, but whatever we do, we also need to be able to make sure we sustain it, and I don't want it to change from day to day. So we're encouraged by the fact that the frequency of trains, the increased frequency of trains that Joel and his team were able to put in place, is meeting the demand. But I appreciate that it's not the most pleasant experience, and people are having to really fit themselves into those trains. So the situation's fluid. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, then I tend to agree with you. There is a period of 10 or 15 minutes during the peaks when passengers are unable to get their train or they're unable to comfortably get on the train. But in general, the increased frequency of that 3 to 4 minute headway is mitigating the lack of train availability for picking up most passengers. But it does something that I wanted to pick up on that we also heard during the questioning today was with respect to those staff at those platforms. I was at the University of Ottawa platform yesterday, filming a video, go figure. And I'm not sure that the staff person was effectively marshaling passengers into the most optimal sort of boarding points. Can we just make sure we're auditing how those platforms are performing and make sure that the staff who are on duty are being the most helpful they can?
Thank you, Chair. We'll absolutely take that away, and we'll conduct some audits to make sure that the measures are effective. We do have supervisory staff that have been out, but we'll take further measures.
Okay, thank you. The presentation also spoke to bus cancellations and the transit priority measures that can help avoid some of those. I'm just wondering what the pace of implementing those TPMs is. I know I had some really good discussions with Pat around TPMs in Kitchissippi Ward, and I'm just wondering what timelines are and whether we can accelerate some of those capital works.
Mr. Chair, we're working with consultants to design the physical changes. We're working with our colleagues in infrastructure services to build those physical changes once they're designed. We're working with our colleagues in traffic services and public works to make any changes that are appropriate to parking regulations, lane markings, timing of signals. And we will keep all of the councillors along that Route 11 corridor up to date on what's going on. We've also, our colleagues in transportation planning have reports they're bringing to PWIC committee on other streets like Bank Street, and work continues on everything. We're looking in particular now, we're looking at the operation on Jeanne d'Arc and Brian Coburn to see what we can do to improve reliability on Route 30. And we just keep plugging away.
Thanks. I don't want to move too much at the speed of City Hall and move more at the speed of urgency that Councilor Menard pointed out earlier. Come fall, those newly back to work public servants who will be going into the office 4 days a week are going to be crowding our roads, and we need those TPMs in place to the greatest extent possible. I know it says summer, but it'll be a little bit easier to manage this summer. And then I think my last question, I've got two more questions. I apologize. I'll try to make them quick. Our 2026 budget increased the amount of money budgeted for bus operations and maintenance by 0.7%. I assume you're using $9 million in fuel savings in this budget to bolster that amount so that our total increase in spending in 2026 on bus operations and maintenance would increase by 2.9%. Is that, I'm looking at the July 27 number where you still have a very significant backlog of maintenance planned. Are we budgeting enough to catch up on the backlog? Do you have unspent budget right now because you don't have the staff, or are we spending every penny that you're getting through the budget?
Mr. Chair, there's no unspent money.
Okay.
We are managing our budget, sort of holistically. So, Rami is, he's short some mechanics, so there's savings there. And, where we have those savings, we're redistributing within our operations to, whether it's more supervisors to help manage the service through their control center to make adjustments and those types of things. So we're using all those funds, but we don't have excess funds. And, we've talked about where, transit's still in a deficit situation. And that's, part of the discussions that we need to have. The budget gives us the opportunity to make incremental improvements in a service. It doesn't, I don't think it doesn't fix everything overnight. It doesn't fix everything within but one budget cycle. And that's something that we need to, continue to invest and make those reliability improvements. One of the things that we're also working on from I'll say a medium to longer term perspective, and I probably should have started off earlier here. We have Oliver Monahan, the associate general manager here for the first time in person. He's been with us for several months now, and he's working with Pat and his team, and we're going to be exploring different options in terms of how we schedule and piece together our work to to help improve reliability. So there's the transit priority measures that we're working with other units, but there's our bus availability and our recruitment, all that sort of stuff. But then we're also looking at how we schedule our work, and can we generate some efficiencies in that. And maybe I'll ask Oliver to say a few words to introduce himself and maybe just talk a little bit about we're at the early stages of that, but he can maybe just give you a little bit of flavor of that too.
Thank you, Troy. Good morning, Council. Nice to meet you all. Yes, questions caught me there. The work we've done so far is scheduling has come over to me. I'm working with Pat. We're starting to look into the long term, 18 months forward. We're also working, I was with Remy yesterday, we were talking about vehicles. So we're bringing everything together to start the plan of where we want to be and then work back from there. So the question about budgets, that feeds into it. So early stages, but gathering data, scoping where we're going to be, and then in a motoring parlance, the tire will hit the road and we'll start doing the actual hard work. So early days, but as Troy said, building where we need to be so that we avoid where we are now going forward. I hope that helps.
Thank you for that. As a follow-up to that line of questioning, if you have the opportunity to hire more mechanics and the bus operations and maintenance budget is over budget, I'm assuming that you're not going to let that be a hurdle to doing the hiring that you need to do.
That's correct. When it comes to hiring, especially on the mechanic side of things, this is year one, let's say. As I said, if we get we net 14, 15 mechanics, we also know, and I say net, and I'm using the word loosely because there will be retirements, there will be attrition as well too, right? No, this is a multi-year plan on the mechanic side, but if we can onboard 14 mechanics, it puts us in a much better position moving forward. But we need to sustain it. We need to sustain it. Absolutely. I think that's a lot of the councillors have mentioned that. That's 100% where we need to be. It's one thing to fix the current immediate issue, but it's about putting the systems in place, the processes in place, and making sure that we stay on top of it.
When I take a look at that significant maintenance backlog that you're still forecasting for, a year and a half from now, it's clear to me that council needs to ensure that we're not just adding new funding into extensions and that sort of thing. We need to be putting the appropriate amount of money into the core bus maintenance and operations line. 0.7% increase is not, in my view, that. My final question, Chair. So it's sensitive, but in the last, I want to say 12 hours, I've received a couple of notes from customers who are raising issues of operators who are clearly angry, whose behaviors are pushing the line of what might be acceptable from a customer service perspective. How are your operators doing, and how are you supporting them? Because they are on the front lines of this. I'm hearing from residents who, every day are spending $15, $17 on Uber rides. They're fed up, and I'm sure that they are challenging to deal with when they hop on a bus. How are we supporting the operators who are on the front lines of that?
Mr. Chair, I'll just say something, but then I'll ask Rami to put in a little bit of detail. And Rami, apologies if I take everything that you're about to say. You're right. It is very frustrating for our customers and our frontline staff. Sometimes they feel the brunt of that. And while I'm very sympathetic to our customers and to yourselves and your offices, because I know you're hearing it as well too, I would just ask our customers, to not take it out on the operator. They're doing the best they can given the situation that we're in. And with that said, though, that we want our operators to use their training, their skills, be professional in how they interact with our customers as well too, recognizing again that it's a challenging situation. Supporting our operators is something that we really want. We take great pride in. We really try to do, but it's challenging when they're the ones out on the front lines. Part of the support for our operators is us being so open and transparent, right? We want people to know that we recognize that the situation is not ideal, that the level of service is not acceptable. We've made changes to our schedules, removing, certain buses, canceling trips. That's all intention to try to give customers better information and, to prevent, that interaction happening with the operator, because they're there to drive the bus safely and reliably and get them from point A to point B. So I'm rambling at this point a little bit, but maybe I'll ask Rami if there's, I know that there's some initiatives that we work on, in terms of like peer support for our operators and those types of things, but I can get Rami to elaborate on that because he's a little bit more familiar with it. But your point is when I say earlier, Chair, that, our entire organization's feeling it right now, they are. And, the frontline staff, including the operators, they see it day in, day out. And, it's hard for them to know that, there's customers waiting. But it's also hard when, they have that negative interaction and, it's not their fault. Sorry, Rami, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, to Troy's point, the operators, the drivers, the people who are out there are the ones who are getting most of the feedback to them personally. And that's one of the hardest pieces we deal with really on day-to-day basis, which is how do you get the human being to not react to situations where they're getting, spat on, things are thrown at them, words are said to them, and they take a lot of it. A lot of them do a very good job, but at the end of the day, the human being gets to a point where they break and they're by themselves. Add to that, buses not functioning or defects on the road, cold weather. It's a lot that's happening to them. However, they all understand that it's never an excuse to put it back on the customer. We do train them very well. And so we have this balance we have to take right now where we're working with our staff, with our management team. We're also constantly talking to our union counterparts about how can we work together on ensuring this is not happening when we see this trend of anger in the community or towards our operators. I don't think it's enough. There's more for us to do. We are introducing a couple of key initiatives this year. One of them focused on increasing mental health support for our staff, and the second one is increasing more about introducing more one-on-one time between an operator and their direct supervisor, which is an issue when you look at the type of industry we're in, where you're by yourself the whole day. We might not see you from start to end of shift. So we're trying to switch now to a more human-focused approach to the operation. There was a little bit of pressure into the budget, but not enough for us not to do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing more about that over the coming weeks. I feel for your operators who are in a hugely challenging position that is not of their own making. If there is anything that we can do as a council who have a voice to help mitigate some of those stresses, please let us know. But I'm not sure if it's a matter of, my popping by the garage with a box of Timbits is not necessarily going to do it. So whatever help we can provide, if there is help we can provide, please let us know. Chair, thanks for your indulgence.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments that were made earlier by OC TRANSPO leadership about holding ourselves accountable. As such, I'd like to table a motion regarding transit audit. Do you want me to wait until that's on the screen, Mr. Chair, or just carry on? Roger that. Whereas the Auditor General has an agile audit of light rail transit on her 26 to 27 work plan, and whereas OC TRANSPO's Chief Safety Officer has a quality assurance team that are responsible for internal and external audits to ensure regulatory, safety, and technical requirements are standards being met, therefore be it resolved that OC TRANSPO's Chief Safety Officer be directed to conduct an audit in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Municipal Act into the safety concerns resulting from the Line 1 trains being removed from operation due to the cartridge-bearing assembly spalling issue, and be it further resolved that the audit be presented to the Transit Committee in Q2 2026 in camera if deemed necessary, and be it further resolved that a draft of the audit be provided to the Auditor General of Ottawa prior to the audit being submitted to committee, and be it further resolved that Council request that the Auditor General consider increasing the priority of the agile audit of the LRT on her 26 to 27 work plan so that the work can begin as soon as the audit by OC TRANSPO has been submitted to the Auditor General's office, should she believe further value could be added to her office in this area. In addition to that, I'll just start with, well, actually, I'm going to start with a couple of riffs from my previous colleague that spoke to the operators. I've also heard a great deal about interface at the front end, and much of it has been very positive. Despite the fact that there are a number of stresses, and our riders know that there are issues with capacity, there are issues with bus shortages, I have had a plethora of positive comments saying thank you very much to our operators, and certainly a thank you very much to the maintainers that are, as Councillor Tierney was mentioning, using duct tape, I think, bubble gum to put things together so that as many of these buses can get on site at on time. It is greatly appreciated by your riders and certainly by myself as well. So I know we've got a number of our Union 279 folks up in the crowd there today. Thank you very much for coming out today, and know that your work is appreciated greatly. I have a couple of additional questions. Many of mine have been responded to already, and I appreciate the candor. With regards to the electric vehicles that we have received, I have heard that there have been concerns about the batteries and some of the maintenance-related issues immediately upon reception. I'd like to understand a bit better. Are we having warranty issues? Are we having initial operations issues? Is there an issue at all? And if you could just clarify for me if, for example, we're receiving brand new buses that essentially can't operate for months because of warranty related issues on the batteries.
Mr. Chair, I'll ask Rami to provide a little bit of information from an operational perspective. And then we've got Marco here, the Director of Engineering, who can get into a little bit more of the technical side of things.
Thank you, Troy. Mr. Chair, the EV program or the ZEB program is not just a program for new buses. It's an entirely new operation altogether. There is the part where we are receiving brand new buses, which is always a challenge with any type of buses. So we're going to find certain build issues that we have to work on, and usually that's warranted. We have our great engineering team, and I'll let Marco focus on the engineering part of it that does a lot of work there to help us. The good thing about this program is that we're receiving them in batches, and so we're getting the time to work on them and see the different issues and correct them as they come along. The program also has a new layer of challenges, which is the facility, the way we have to run it. It's a very new way of running buses for us. For most municipalities who are taking on this challenge, that's a lot of overhead charges, high voltage. It's not just the maintenance team working on the buses, it's a maintenance team working on the facilities. So all that is a big learning curve. So we're going to see some issues at the beginning. We're not getting exactly, and we knew this coming into it, we're not going to get the maximum efficiency from the buses at the beginning, but this is progressing, and I'll let Marco comment on more of the battery issues and other related defects. That's great.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I want to give a few examples as well in order to highlight issues that we do have or not really have, because overall, we don't see any extraordinary issues with any new incoming fleet. We had issues on the prototype for prototypes with the battery. That is a specific type of battery which had a recall where there's a temporary fix where we only can use 75% of the capacity of those batteries due to safety concerns with kind of overheating. So this is for the time being now contained. We do not have this type of batteries in neither the Nova buses nor the New Flyer ones. They are performing well in terms of performance behavior, both on the charging side, but as well on the load side, so how they are running in service there. One of the key issues we had at the beginning was the communication with the charging systems, not at the very beginning when we only had a few ones, but when we had the multiplier effect of having 36 charging stations very close, that there was most likely not a good way that the incoming buses are picking up the correct location and do a proper communication. We had to wait a little bit for having both bus types, enough vehicles in place in order to do an optimization of this issue. To give you another example, just raised at the beginning of the week, where we had an issue with the accelerator pedal that is not glued good enough to the metal piece there. So what we typically do is we don't want to fix those issues in the garage, not to add more workload there, but we say, stop, you fix this one in your production. Obviously, we have a few buses incoming where we do, not by ourselves, but by the warranty team of our supplier, the fixes. This happens. This will continue to happen. This is normal expectation of a new fleet coming in.
Thank you very much for that. And my previous colleague spoke to concerns about inventories and spare parts. And I noted that the response was essentially that there's an outstanding inquiry to our consortium partners to get feedback to that. If they were here today, they would be able to answer that question, but they're not. So is there a reason why RTG is not present today to answer some of these questions? And is there an intent to bring them forward to a committee in the near future in order for that to be the case?
Mr. Chair, we're having questions with RTG for their participation in an upcoming meeting. And while we haven't gotten a definite affirmative yes from them, they have indicated that they likely would be willing to come and speak to you directly. They want to speak to you directly, but they just want to advance their work with regards to the solutions. And part of that would also be the defining and being able to confirm things with regards to the supply chain. So, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but, the feedback that was relayed to me is the last thing they want to do is come here and say, it's under investigation, to be determined, more information to come. They want to come here when there's more of a substantive update to provide. So we're having that dialogue for them to participate, and I think there is a desire on their part to be here, and I would suspect that we'll have them at a future meeting, whether it be a technical briefing or a committee meeting. I think there is a desire for them to attend as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the update. Very much appreciated. Being you've already heard a lot, but I have to mention from my residents, and of course we get a lot of reports, and that we had bus cancellation reports on routes 153, 51, 11, 87, 57, 85, almost all. So it wasn't just a few, and during probably the coldest stretch we've ever had. So it obviously put people in a bad mood. The concern, of course, is that it just turned them off. And there are, as has been mentioned, they're looking for other ways to get to work or school or whatever. So you're aware of these, but I just wanted to reiterate how strongly it's affecting the community. We're talking about the East Extension, and it's going to open up. It will. I'm actually, I trust that you're going to test it very well, and I want you to. I don't want a rush. Seen that before. Been there, done that. And I appreciate it to be well done. And I think it was well done on the Trillium Line. And we got a great system. So there it is. But I do want to know when the East Extension does open, that's going to free up some buses. Do we have an approximate idea of how many buses that would free up?
Mr. Chair, yes, it will. That when the O-Train extension opens to Trim, it will reduce the number of buses, primarily the buses that now run to Blair Station that will only need to run to Trim or Place d'Orléans or Convent Glen stations. We don't know exactly what number that will be in the fleet, because it depends on the timing of the opening. It depends on where we are in the receipt of the new electric buses, because the electric buses need to be scheduled a little differently than the diesel buses. So until we have more precision on the date and more precision on how it interacts with the pace at which we're receiving the electric buses, that's when we'll be able to know how many buses are freed up.
Okay. Well, we look forward to it because we do expect to see more. We talked about ParaTranspo. You did talk about the new minibuses, and I did hear concerns about the heating system. So, and you've mentioned that's being looked at and fixed.
And Mr. Chair, actually, the answer is yes. And I actually have a little bit of information in the next portion of the presentation on the Parabus procurement.
Okay.
But the answer is yes, though.
Great. Okay. Because I'm hearing a lot on ParaTranspo, mostly because a lot of the passengers, the users, have been told to go to taxis, and they find it very difficult. It's an issue of that because they have chronic issues of pain, that the bus is better for them. So will this, you're waiting for 40 more scheduled buses to arrive. Will that ease it so that they do not have to be switched over to taxis? Many of the ones that were switched over earlier.
I was looking. Mr. Chair, there is an assessment done for every candidate on ParaTranspo. As you know, every person has a different condition with different requirements. So for the customers that cannot use anything other than a bus, we have to make sure that we're using one of our buses to accommodate them. Some can use taxi, but from my experience, that's not necessarily their preference, and that becomes a little bit of a blurred line. Our customer service team is very connected to the customers, and if there is any concern, they're always able to work things out. Definitely, when we get, pardon me, more buses, would have more of them on the road, and that's always a target. I prefer using our services before we outsource. If that helps answer the question.
Okay, because they used to be on the buses and they got told they had to go to the taxis.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add in as well too, and just take a little back in time a little bit. If you go back several years, one of the biggest challenges that we heard from customers was they never knew if they were going to get a trip or not because we had a trip refusal rate. And this were people who were calling in advance to book trips and we're saying, sorry, we're at capacity. And we are seeing significant growth in terms of our paratransport services, which is great to see, right? So we're happy that people are using the service, but we have to make sure that we're optimizing the use of our fleet. And, we're providing the service based upon people's condition and their medical precautions or restrictions. But these are some of the things that we have to do to be able to keep up with demand to make sure we're using the most effective use of our resources. But if there's individual circumstances that need to be reevaluated, we will. But I just want to take us back because it was a real pain point for customers for a long time in that I'm booking in advance, which is already something that not everyone has to do if they're taking conventional. But and we've been able to effectively deal with that in that we're providing all trips, and we're actually even at a point now where we're able to do what we call same day fit-ins, which is another step forward. So there's been some real advancements there, and when it comes to paratransport, there's lots of things that we can continue to do to continue to get better and evolve. But we got to remember that context. We were at a point where we were saying no to people. Now we're saying yes, but we're also having to say, okay, based on the information we have, you can take a taxi versus you can take a bus, but we're always willing to look at those individual circumstances.
I appreciate it. And I think we have to look at the tsunami of growth that we should expect with an aging population. There's going to be more people that are going to have issues. So I hope that we can keep up with it. For apprenticeships, I think all counselors would be happy to advertise and, push in their newsletters, et cetera, and they're, just going out in the community to talk about the need for mechanics. It's hard to believe it's hard to attract people when this is like free education. I mean, that's pretty unusual these days. I can't believe that people would not be attracted to it. The other thing that makes me wonder is, in terms of immigration, usually when there's a shortage of something, there's a push on immigration to attract those people. And I wondered if that's been looked at.
I'll ask Rami to elaborate on the answer, Mr. Chair. But just maybe one quick piece is we don't have a recruitment issue for our garage attendants position. And then in the garage attendants, they're the ones that would be maybe most interested in going into the apprentice program, but it takes years to get through that program. That's why we initiated that. We didn't initiate it, but we had to do a complete revamp, a complete refresh on it a little while ago, so that we're in a better position now. But I'll let Rami talk a little bit more detail on the recruitment aspect and the other points.
Mr. Chair, if you recall, Council, we had an audit done on the apprenticeship program by the Auditor General's office, and we went back to revamp the entire program. And it was also an internal audit as well that we realized we were not ready at the time to take on so many apprentices, just the status we were in. We were not prepared. We did not have the right administrative support. But we worked very well with our training team to redevelop this program. And now we feel like we're ready to relaunch this campaign for more apprentices. And I believe closer to the summer, you'll be hearing more about this campaign. And we thank you for your offer to help definitely market this. In terms of immigration streamlines, it's an interesting one because we've been looking at it since last year. We're working with different partners within the city. It's not a simple one. As you can imagine, there are 3 layers of government that have to be involved to make this work a little bit easier. It involves a lot of resources for us to set up in different countries and be able to streamline individuals who are trained on repairing vehicles to come to Canada first, settle in Ottawa, assuming there's no language barrier, for example, or you have to get recertified. So we have to work with the colleges to make sure that they're certified to become a 310T mechanic. It doesn't mean it's not doable. It's just not an easy stream. We're still looking at it. We won't stop, but it can be a little difficult to achieve.
Okay, it just occurred to me, I wouldn't be here if my dad hadn't applied to, been recruited to come over to work in the steel mills, as a, as a licensed, it wasn't mechanic, but pretty close. So those things happened in the past, and it just occurred to me that those are things that could happen again, that if we're having a shortage, but I have a hard time believing that we can't find them just in our own city. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I wanted to ask a little bit, just a reminder, the Equipass and promotion. And I know we've done more of it, but I'm still finding I'm out in the community and I'm telling people about it. They don't even know it exists.
Can we just park that question? Because I think it's more part of the second part of the presentation.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right, I can do that. And I certainly have lots of questions on stage 2 as it applies to the West. Don't forget that's coming later. So thank you. I'll leave it at that then.
Okay, Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Chair. And not unlike Councillor Kavanaugh and I would say the rest of my colleagues around this table, for months I've heard from hundreds of residents about canceled buses, long gaps in service, and unreliable commutes. People relying on routes like the 6, the 7, the 12, the 15, the 17, and the 18 are waiting 30, 60, and even 90 minutes in the cold. We continue to hear consistent concerns about temporary morning trip cancellations on both Route 18 and Route 17. In fact, I heard from residents this morning about Route 17. I know that Councillor Plante is also seeing these same types of issues, especially during weekday morning peak. Our residents and students expect to be able to get to work and to school before 9 a.m. I think it's just very clear that that is just a normal expectation from our transit service. And if we can't deliver on that, then we're failing. And that's what I've been hearing over and over and over again. So I'm really pleased that Councillor Menard had a line of questioning concerning this as an emergency and that there's a plan around that. I'm also very gratified that our colleague Councillor Plante is introducing an inquiry today around the rationale for these cancellations and specific run removals. I think that's very important because we both represent communities where the majority of the people take the bus and they require it. And especially, I especially appreciate the inquiry because, of course, many of these low-income people are taking Ubers who can't afford them. And that's not, we can't justify that. And I also want to thank Councillor Brockington, who will be bringing a motion on my behalf to better communicate these cancellations to our office and to the public. What I've been finding is that residents have been reaching out to us asking, well, why weren't we informed that this run was canceled? And so we need better tools to be able to address that. Earlier this week, I had a meeting with OC TRANSPO management, and we were told that ghost bus issues were not occurring. We were advised, my office was advised, that the real-time information systems were updated months ago, and that scenarios where buses appear as arriving and then disappear in the transit app should no longer be happening. However, despite these assurances, we continue to receive multiple detailed route-specific accounts from residents who are sending us snapshots of their phones, describing exactly this behavior from the app. across different days, locations, and routes. These reports are consistent with one another and include specific times, stops, weather conditions, and outcomes. When a bus appears in the transit app or text system with GPS tracking and then disappears or is canceled at the last minute, I'd like to ask staff, what specifically is happening operationally? At what point does the system know the trip will not run? And why are real-time tools not updated sooner or more accurately when those triggers occur?
Mr. Chair, I think, to sum it all up, I mean, the issue that we're experiencing right now is it's a high number in terms of the trips that we're unable to deliver. Our control center staff, our supervisors, and even our operators, we're filling gaps, and we're trying to fill the gaps of priority trips as best we can. There was a time in which we said, first and last trips, school trips, trips that service hospitals, those are absolute last, in terms of priority for being able to deliver and cancel. But given the number of undelivered trips at this point in time, we're hitting some of those critical trips that we've always tried to avoid. Our control center is working in real time, and if you have an operator who's done their shift, and then if there's an operator if that operator is willing to take on another run, okay, let's fill that trip and let's see where we can use it. And we have a mechanical breakdown of a bus that was just about to leave its layup area and start another trip, and we don't have another bus available to fill that in. Like, these are all things that happen every day, all the time. But really, what we're dealing with right now is largely related to the sheer volume of undelivered trips that we're able to provide, and that's why we made the decision, a couple weeks ago to, and it only partially dealt with the issue, was to temporarily, take trips off take trips off the planner, reduce the number of buses, so that we can provide a little bit more accurate information to customers in terms of what they can expect. But that's not an ideal situation either. But it comes down to volume, and the positive aspect to this is that we are seeing some slow and incremental improvements, and over the next couple of weeks we'll continue to see that improvements, and then when we get out of, and I said I'm not holding my hat on better weather, but with better weather comes an easier fleet to maintain, less traffic congestion that our buses get stuck in, and then result in significant lateness. So things will improve, things are improving. But I recognize we're not there yet, and I can't empathize enough. I know how much our customers are impacted, and I know how much you're hearing it in your offices. That's not something I take lightly, because I know that you're frontline too. You and your staff are frontline. You hear it. But maybe I'll ask Pat if he can provide a little bit more information in terms of the ghost buses and the system aspect of things. But I hope I give you a little bit of a high level answer, and you welcome the direction to provide more insight in terms of the decision tree or decision processes that our control center go through, but it's not ideal. And when we have, we're dealing with a couple hundred trips that are impacted, there's no right solution. Pat?
Thanks, Troy. Mr. Chair, the upgrade to our real-time information system that we brought in a few months ago and that we told you about here at previous meetings provided a more direct link, a very direct link between control actions that are taken at the control center if a trip isn't able to operate, and the electronic outputs that we look after, the GTFS feed that we publish for apps to pick up, the screens that we have at some stations and some stops, the 560 text messaging when people can check when the bus is coming next, and the 560-1000 IVR when people can phone in and find out when the bus is coming. And that change, that update, meant those four sources are all consistent. If a trip is scheduled, if a trip is not able to be delivered, or if that trip is in motion, what the predicted time is until it gets to the person's stop. People who are using the transit app can, in addition, look at the map and see where that bus is right now, where it was within the last minute. It updates about every minute on the app, and you can see where that bus is, and they can see if they agree based on the traffic conditions or the weather conditions with the system's projection of when that bus will arrive where they're waiting. We, as I mentioned to the councillor when we spoke earlier in the week, if there are ever any technical problems where buses that are shown as being tracked in real time are later not tracked in real time, we'd very much like to look into those and make sure that our system's working as well as it can.
Well, Chair, I'm really pleased that there's a focus on ensuring that we make concrete improvements to the system to ensure that riders receive timely, reliable information before they're at the stop. And we really need to address that, because what we're seeing are transit users going to the stop, expecting their bus to be there and not finding it there, and then contacting our offices and then learning that the run has been eliminated temporarily. And I can see why our residents would lose confidence in our system, especially if a preponderance of these route runs are being canceled between 7 and 9 a.m. when people need to go to work and go to school. So for that reason, that's one of the reasons why, Mr. Chair, I'll be bringing forth a motion through Councillor Brockington for at least greater information to be provided to our offices and to our public. If these runs are being eliminated, the public needs to know so that they can plan properly. Because one of the things we don't want to see are pictures coming from our residents into our offices of screen captures of buses not coming that claim that they're supposed to come in the app, and even pictures of young children in the cold waiting for buses that don't come. So I know that we have heard this morning about all of the plans that are put into place, and we know that that will take time. But we do have to improve the communication that is provided to our residents and to our transit users, or we will continue to see a rapid decline in terms of confidence in the system. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. Keep it brief. First of all, I want to thank I don't remember who responded to me, but someone responded to me about a month ago when I asked, what the list of those pre-canceled trips are that would affect my ward. And that was provided fairly timely, and, some of my residents have been appreciative of that despite this situation. Going back to some of the things that were talked about in terms of the LRT. So how much is 100,000 kilometers in terms of how much is 100,000? I mean, it's 100,000 kilometers. But how many months? How many weeks of service, let's say, does an LRV go through if it's 100,000 kilometers? So if the spalling issue gets repaired, all the axles on one train gets repaired, how long do we expect? Could we expect that train, barring other faults, how long can we expect that train in service before it hits that 100,000? Is that better?
I'll ask Marco to answer the question, but obviously there's a few variables associated with it. With more vehicles, each vehicle can be in service a little less time, right? So, but I'll let Marco, I think he's got a better understanding in terms of how quickly we rack up the kilometers on our vehicles.
So typically, thank you for the question. Typically, if we just look at stage 1 and the initial fleet size, we have about 10,000 kilometer per month of the vehicles running. We have seen an increase of the fleet because of stage 1. So we have way more vehicles, so meaning we have less accumulation of mileage there. If we are going back to the initial question of spalling and how can we bring in vehicles back, we have on a daily basis an update of each and every vehicle, each and every axle, how much mileage this piece has experienced. and we make the decision in the morning with operations team then which one do qualify to go back into service. So it's a matter of multi layers impact on how many vehicles we always can bring back on the one hand. On the other hand, how much mileage each vehicle have occurred on every day then. But we have those information on a daily basis.
Okay, no, I understand all that, but you know, when because the whole vehicle is taken out of service to repair it axle by axle, that means when that vehicle re-enters service, all the axles presumably have been, are I guess, reset at zero, specific to the spalling issue at least. No, okay. Then I guess typically within stage one, how many weeks of service is 100,000 kilometers? I think you said 10,000 per month, but I feel like is that just the main line, or does that include maintenance hours and sometimes we run trains overnight to de-ice the tracks or something?
Yeah, so the reason why we have different mileage per axle is due to the different change of intervals.
Yep.
If they are from the previous issue, pinned or not pinned, whether it's a motorized bogie, trailer bogie, they have different life set values. And over the years, over time, there's the mix of different mileage per axle. That makes it so difficult, rather than just stating the entire vehicle can be upgraded to zero and then have a fresh vehicle that can run another 100,000. It's not like this. So that makes it, you know, a little bit more complicated, but, you know, we have obviously the visibility, the tools to do so. It will be a similar value if we look at the entire fleet, including stage two, that with the total number of vehicles of 66 vehicles, let's say, or 68, that we will have an accumulation of 10,000 kilometers per month.
Okay. If I have anything else, we'll just take that offline. Last question. If the mix of single and double car trains has to continue for a fairly long time, is there an opportunity to reprogram the PIDs to maybe display that? I know there's some cities where there are some cities that do operate a mix of train lengths permanently or sometimes temporarily, where they do display the number of cars that train has. You know, it's easy for us because it's one or two. I know in Washington, DC, it's like anywhere from 4 cars to 8 cars. So is that something that's doable if it's expected to last a while?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's something that we'd have to take away with our supplier that's providing the passenger information system. Okay. I'm not sure whether we can do that or not, but we will ask the question and we'll find out what it would entail.
Okay, because I think that's the most effective way to communicate that, so that you're not at one end of the platform and it's half of the train, nor do you want everyone crowding one end of the platform expecting it to be a single car train. So, okay, thanks.
Maybe if I could just add on to that, Mr. Chair, and so Richard will take that away. So I think the answer sort of in the short term is probably no, but I know that this is something that you've raised previously with us to look at. So, and given that we've been in this situation, I think we need to look at it, regardless of what we do short term, we need to look at that. So we'll be taking that away, regardless of what happens with the spalling issue and how long this takes to resolve. And we're still hoping that we can resolve it in short order, but we'll take that away, and because I think it needs to be a permanent solution moving forward.
Excellent. Okay, thanks.
Okay, we are caught up on questions for part 1, so go ahead with part 2.
Great, thank you, Chair. I'll just wait for the presentation to come back up. The second part of the presentation won't be as long, I don't anticipate, but we do get into some of the additional details. Okay. Okay, so I'll get started here. So I appreciate all the discussion and the engagement, and as you know, we are focused on improving our bus and rail service. It is the top priority: safety first, service reliability, and service reliability, service frequency second. But we do have another number of initiatives that are underway there. Our team continues to press forward with. So I just want to share a little bit of that additional pieces of work that we're doing. In January and February, our accessibility plan consultations were held in person and through an online survey. This provided residents with the opportunity to contribute to OC TRANSPO's new 2026 to 2029 plan. Le nouveau plan d'accessibilité proposera des
The new plan will propose initiatives to identify, remove, and prevent barriers across transit and the city, and will come into effect in next summer, in June.
During the weekday afternoon peak periods. Starting March 2nd, the weekday afternoon peak period transfer period of 105 minutes will begin at 3 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. So, and as a reminder, this was approved in the 2026 budget and will stay in place until the opening of the West Extension on LRT Line 1. We're also pleased to share that seniors riding with TRANSPO now receive a credit of 4 free trips every month when they use a registered Presto card to pay. This was also approved in the 2026 budget and was based on customer feedback. Eligible customers do not need to take any action. This credit will be applied for any senior TRANSPO riders who have a registered Presto card. February is Black History Month, and OC TRANSPO is marking this occasion in style. We have the pleasure of featuring a mural on 3 of our double-decker buses titled Pride of Dreams. This was a result of a collaboration between OC TRANSPO, Community and Social Services, and local artist Jimmy Baptiste. The mural represents a story of vision, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of possibility. Next slide, please. So projects like this mural, which you see in the center of the page there, makes myself, the entire team proud of our community, proud to be part of the collaboration, proud of the progress, and ultimately pride in our city. Seeing so many people come together to be part of something bigger is truly inspiring, particularly during the coldest months of the winter season. Whether celebrating Black History Month or collecting donations for those in need during our food drive last December, participating in the parades or various councilor events and other charity events for the city, we're proud to be part of the city's growth, reflecting and supporting the communities that we serve. That's something that we won't lose sight of. We're also happy to participate in Winterlude, making the most of Canada's winter climate with our snow bus service, and we look forward to participating in Pride activities this summer with another Pride bus. Next slide, please. We also continue to move forward with the onboarding of our TRANSPO minibuses. Right now, we have 42 of 82 buses currently in service. Nous pouvons également confirmer que 10 autres minibus.
We can also confirm that 10 minibuses were chosen for on-demand transit, and they should be commissioned later this year.
After the receipt of all the TRANSPO minibuses, so I want to make that clear. The on-demand transit does not take priority over the renewal of our TRANSPO fleet. That will happen first. Then we will be looking at the on-demand transit. It is worth noting that some issues were observed with the cabin heating, specifically on board our 7-meter buses. Our staff acted quickly, removing these buses from service and collaborating with the vendor to develop and implement a fix to this issue. This fix is being installed on 7-meter buses when it is required. So when an issue is reported, we ensure the bus is immediately pulled from service and addressed accordingly. Our buses are then tested before being placed back into service. Okay. So at this point, we'll move on to take a closer look at our key performance indicators. I'd like to ask Sabrina Pazian, our Chief Safety Officer, to begin this portion of the presentation with an overview of our safety reporting metrics. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Troy. In the coming slides, I will present the closeout of our 2025 data using the same indicators and format you're used to seeing. And then looking ahead to the end of Q1, as you may recall, we're working to redevelop our KPIs. Can stay on the last slide. We're working towards redeveloping our KPIs to provide the Transit Committee and our customers through the website with some more targeted and meaningful metrics from a safety and security standpoint. For me, this will also include a new KPI on fare evasion and the new safety KPIs for both bus and rail. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we'll start by reviewing the employee occurrences, which are on the top. As you can see, unfortunately, in 2025, we saw an overall increase of about 5%. The top three categories were consistent almost throughout the whole year. The top category being harmful, environmental, traumatic, stressful events, followed by struck/caught, and then a slip trip. We saw about an 18% increase in harmful, environmental, traumatic, and stressful events alone in compared to 2024. So that's a fairly significant increase. Potential causes for this could be attributed to a change in our workforce size as we onboarded a lot more new operators, an increase in ridership, continued expansion of our transit network, and then increase in some of our collisions as well. So my safety team and I are working on developing a strategy to help reduce this metric in particular in 2026, including looking at expanding our employee wellness and psychological safety program here at Transit. We'll continue to work on finding different ways to reduce this trend, as well as working with our workplace health and safety committees. At the bottom, you'll see the metrics on red light camera infractions. So overall, we ended the year with a relatively positive note, 4% or so decrease from 2024 to 2025. Even though this number isn't quite as low as I'd like it to be, overall, it's still positive, especially given the fact that in the past year or so and beyond, there's been more red light cameras added across the city. So proportionally, the infraction rate has gone down, even though we've seen an increase in the cameras. And we want to continue to ensure that trend continues because, as you'll recall, the red light infractions negatively impact our CVOR rating with the MTO. One of the recent initiatives we've also implemented in the last year that helps support both this indicator and the preventable collision rate that we'll review on the next slide is that Remy and I are speaking to all the new bus operator graduates. We do that at every graduation, and we're putting an emphasis on safe driving practices, reminding our staff to adhere to all safe practices and safe behaviors, including speed adherence, rule compliance, including red lights, and the importance of limiting distractions while driving. We want to ensure that all our new operators hear from both our operations and safety teams together as a united front from day one, and reminding them that safe driving practices are a top priority for everyone. Diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît.
On this slide, we have the 2025 indicators, namely the customer injury rate and the preventable collision frequency. Unfortunately,
but we did meet for the year our safety management system indicator for customer injuries. While some injuries are preventable, even a few customer injuries are too many here. In comparison to 2025, from 2024, we saw about a 1% increase, so fairly stable. And we did see an increase in our ridership, so it could be attributed partially at least to that. When we reviewed the data with my team, we noticed that the majority of the customer injuries tended to be located in our bus network as opposed to the rail network. So about 64% of customer injuries in 2025 occurred on the bus fleet. The top factors were braking, bus in motion, slip trips, and barking and disembarking. So we're going to continue to put in some communication strategies to help support that. And then finally, I'll end my portion of the safety KPIs on a relatively positive note on the bottom of the slide. While overall, we're still well above our safety management system indicator for preventable collisions, and we're continue to strive for further reduction, we're definitely headed in the right direction. You can see a big decrease, a downward trend in the second half of this year. One factor that helped us in 2025 was that the MTO changed the reporting threshold for collisions from $2,000 to $5,000 of damage. That was an amendment made to the Highway Traffic Act, but that amendment was made in January, so we still got to see a really great downward trend on our preventable collisions. And our CVOR rating with the MTO is the lowest that's ever been. The CVOR ratings composed of collisions, convictions, and inspections. For transit specifically, our overall violation rate is at approximately 15%. That's a historic low for us at Transit. Overall, we're seeing some positive progress in all of our event categories. And even though we started the year with a bit of a significant spike on the collisions, we've seen this great effort by the safety team, the training team, and the operations team. We've added some new safety programs, such as our safety blitz and safety observation programs. So we're looking to carry that into 2026. Looking ahead to the rest of the year, we're also progressing well on many key other safety initiatives, including implementation of the recommendations from the Westboro Inquest, which will include the expansion of our telematics program, which will help with speed adherence and safe driving practices. And at the next Transit Committee meeting, I'll provide a high-level progress update on the Westboro recommendations and the associated safety initiatives. Merci beaucoup. Maintenant, je passe la parole à mon collègue François.
Merci beaucoup, Sabrina. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. So before we dive into our regular KPIs, so similarly to how we presented last year, we wanted to provide a quick overview of our key performance indicators for the 2025 calendar year. You've got that on the screen here, and I'll walk through these from left to right. So starting with bus and O-train ridership, so ridership for conventional service for all of 2025 was 70.6 million customer trips. And as Sabrina just mentioned, that's an increase year over year and specifically 4% higher than what it was the year before in 2024. Paratransport ridership for the year was just shy of 886,000 customer trips, and that also is an increase year over year, this time of 3%. Now, moving on to bus service delivery for all of 2025, we ended the year at 97.2% compared to 98% in 2024. For O-Train Line 1, service delivery for the entire year was 99.1%, and that's an improvement compared to the year before when it was 98.8% in 2024. For O-Train lines 2 and 4, the service delivery combined for those two lines was 97.2%. No comparison. This was the first year of operations, of course. For bus regularity, our measure of on-time performance for our frequent service, the result was 82% in 2025. That's 3% shy of the target of 85%, and the same as the result for the year before. Bus punctuality, our on-time performance measure for our less frequent service, bus service rather, was 72%, dropping 2 percentage points compared to 2024 when it was 74% for the year. And lastly, the punctuality of our paratransport service for both minibuses and contracted taxis was 94% in 2025, up 1 percentage point compared to 2024. Next slide, please. So now I'll move on to just the regular KPIs that we go through at these committee meetings, starting with ridership, the latest results for ridership for bus and O-Train. For the month of December, the latest result that we have here to present, ridership was 5.5 million customer trips. That's a decrease of about 3% when compared to the same month in 2024 as a result of lower monthly pass sales, a lower number of UPass cards in use, and slightly lower trip rates, customers making fewer trips when we compare year over year for the same month. Now, for the 12-month period ending in December 2025, as I just mentioned in the previous slide, the result is 70.6 million customer trips. So that's a small decrease compared to the previous 12-month period. But as I mentioned, almost 4% higher than compared to the previous calendar year, which was 2024. Next slide, please. So just briefly going through this slide as usual, as a reminder of the way that we assess the reliability of our service, of our bus service, using these three KPIs. So the overall service delivery, how much of our service was delivered as planned, which we've talked about a lot already today. And then two separate measures of on-time performance for our frequent bus service and for our less frequent bus service, regularity and punctuality. And as always, important to take all of these three into consideration together to get a complete representation of the customer experience and the overall reliability of the service. Next slide, please. So we will start with bus service reliability, and here we have results up until the end of January 2026. So in January specifically, bus service delivery for the month was 95.4%. That's 2.6 percentage points lower than for the same month in 2020, in 2025, which you can see. So year over year, a decrease compared to the 98% we had in that month. For the 12-month rolling period ending in January 2026, the average service delivery was 97%. That's 2.5% lower than our target, of course, of 99.5%, and trending downwards 0.2% lower than the preceding 12-month period. And now for the lower half of the slide here, focusing on on-time performance, we can see that regularity for our more frequent routes operating every 15 minutes or more, that's the line that you see here in blue. It remains higher than punctuality for less frequent routes, as always, and it was 80% in January. That is trending downwards. It's 2% lower than for the same month a year ago. Now, punctuality was 70% in January 2026, 6 percentage points lower than the same month a year before. And then to round off the slide here, the 12-month rolling averages for both regularity and punctuality were 81% and 71% respectively, both of them lower than our targets and trending downwards compared to the preceding periods. I'll end with a highlight showing that 11% of our service over the most recent 12-month period is running early, more than 1 minute early compared to schedule, and that 17% is running late, and that's more than 5 minutes behind schedule. Next slide, please. So here, as always, we provide additional details regarding bus service delivery, focusing on the most recent results for the month of January 2026. As I mentioned, 95.4% of service was delivered as planned, and that's shown in the column, the green column on the left of the page. The chart in the middle of the page here provides the breakdown of the general categories of reasons that service was not delivered, which of course has been discussed at length earlier this morning. But I'll go through the results here in terms of the chart that we see here. So starting from the bottom, we can see that about 1 in every 3 trips that are not delivered was due to a lack of vehicle availability. Next, in the orange category, another third, about just under a third of trips were not delivered due to on-street service adjustments. And this would include due to general traffic delays and construction detours as examples. Another quarter, 1 in 4 trips were due to the overall availability of operators, and that's shown in the gray category. This will include operators who are not available for their trip due to delays that they've encountered on earlier trips as well. Finally, the remainder, about 1 in 7 trips that were not delivered were due to mechanical breakdowns, and that's shown in yellow. On the right of the page, we see the 3 routes which had the most undelivered trips in the month of January, and they were in order, routes 12, route 6, and route 7. Next slide, please. I
would like now to talk about the O-Train service reliability. At the top, this is for line 1. So for the O-Train line 1 for 12 months ending on January 2026, the reliability is at 98.2%, 1.3% lower than target, and 0.9% lower than the previous month. In January 2026, we were at 87.8% reliability because of all of the issues that were discussed this morning. And the fact, because we had a service with 1 train. So here are the issues that we had in January. And this actually, some of the elements were not in the graphic.
Summary of the top 3 most frequent issues impacted service for all of 2025. So the card, if I can describe it that way, on the bottom left of the page here, is for the entire 2025 calendar year, and showing the top 3 most frequent issues affecting service on line 1. And so they were in descending order of prevalence: technical issues with the trains themselves, followed by passenger-related events, which would include medical emergencies, and lastly, in third, switch issues. Next slide, please. Maintenant, on peut voir ici nos résultats pour les.
Here we can see the results for the O-Train lines 2 and 4. For both of them, over a period of 2 months, ending on January 2026, we had an average of 97.2% reliability, 2.3% lower than target, same as the previous month. In January 2026, we were at 95.1% for both lines, compared to 98.5% in January 2025. But remember, it was the opening of the line 2 and 4, and we only had a service 5 days a week. That's the reason you see the difference between January 2025 and January 2026. Now, let's look at TRANSPO KPIs for riderships for 12 months. Sorry, I don't have the right numbers. So we went from 75,000 trips.
Sorry about mixing up my languages here. Une augmentation de 4.5%.
So we see 0.4% more riderships than the previous months. So we had more than 888,000 trips, and 3.2% higher than the previous year.
TRANSPO on-time performance, the overall average is shown with the solid orange line, while the in-house minibus trips are shown in the black dotted line. And finally, taxi trips with the black dashed line on the chart there. And we can see that generally all three services have similar on-time performance, with in-house, the minibus trips slightly more on time than taxi trips. In January specifically, 93% of customers were picked up within their 30-minute window, and that's a 1 percentage point decrease compared to the same month a year before. For the 12-month rolling average, TRANSPO on-time performance does 93%, and that's holding steady from the previous month. And this concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We're going to go to the delegations that had registered for this item now. First delegation is AJ Ramachandran, who I think is here in the room. I saw him earlier. Hi, AJ. Thanks for your patience, for being here today.
Should have a presentation.
Yeah, and we'll get your presentation up on the screen. All right.
Hi, I'm Ajay from Better Transit Ottawa. We're a group fighting for a useful, reliable, and sustainable transit network. One particular issue we've been focusing on is bus reliability, which has been steadily getting worse over the past several years. To help show the severity of this crisis, we've started working on several public dashboards that demonstrate some of the bus reliability issues we're facing. Next slide, please. So this first page, it's hard to see here, but it's our cancellation page. And here we can see which routes have the most cancellations on a particular day, but also filter by specific time periods. So this page is showing the afternoon peak on February 5th. Route 6 has a cancellation rate of 15%, and Route 99 has a cancellation rate of 22%. And this is just an arbitrary day I picked last week. It's like this almost every day in this past month. But the reality is, so this is in contrast to the published OC TRANSPO number of 96% delivery, as they're able to average it out with off-peak times. But the reality is, most people experience the system during peak, and to them, the 22% cancellation rate is what they actually experienced. Next slide, please. So this page here shows the true effects that cancellations have on riders. The column furthest to the right shows the service gap created by cancellations or multiple cancellations in a row. We could see that at 1800, there was a 50-minute service gap on the 6, a frequent route and one of the top 3 most used routes. Next slide, please. Another page we have is the Block Explorer. Using the Block Explorer, you can see why a cancellation may occur. A block is basically the schedule for a bus, like a physical bus, takes throughout a day. And here we could see a delay on the Route 56 caused Route 6 to be canceled to make the bus get back on schedule. And this shows how important it is to keep every route on schedule and out of traffic, as delays on one route cause cascading delays to all other routes. Next slide. So here we can see a block that is entirely canceled. So all the route trips are shown in red. Because a bus was never even available. So even with almost 400 trips removed from the schedule in January, to be more honest with riders, there are still plenty of blocks that never even have a bus available to start them. Next slide. So the Block Explorer can also show how buses can move between blocks. This can happen with a bus doing a morning block and an afternoon block, like here, but it can also happen to try to get the most of our limited bus fleet. Next slide. So here we can see it's kind of a mess. It's a sample of some of the musical chairs games that Transit Control is having to play to get the system to function at all. So this block in the middle here is patched throughout the day by many other buses trying to get some service on it, but it's imperfect and leaves gaps of service throughout the day in some parts of the block. Next slide, please. So here we have the bus availability status page. So we have an available bus shortage due to a combination of delayed bus orders, not buying enough buses in the past, and having too few mechanics to maintain the buses we do have. And on this page, we can see how many buses are in service throughout one day. The light blue line at the top is the number of buses that we estimate are needed for service without any other routes being delayed. And the dark blue line is the buses that are actively on the road running a route. And so the gap between them shows our bus deficit. And as we can see during morning peak and afternoon peak, we have the big bus crisis. Next slide, please. And so we can actually see that at peak, we have a bus deficit of about 64 buses on that day. And it's important to remember that this is after a temporary service cut of almost 400 trips. This means that even with our reduced schedule and assuming 0 buses get scrapped, the Q1 electric bus delivery still won't be enough to cover our gap. So an end of March and early April timeline for things to get better that was discussed previously in this meeting doesn't seem very realistic. Next slide, please. Now, what do we do about it? City Council needs to treat this like the emergency it is. We need to use our limited bus fleet as efficiently as possible, and that means implementing transit priority measures to let buses get to their next trip quicker. A bus being late anywhere on the network creates cascading delays that affect all other routes and cause cancellations throughout the city. Speeding up the buses anywhere we can will help with cancellations. We have a bus lane study on Bank Street that keeps getting watered down and delayed. We've had completed designs for bus lanes on Carling since 2017, and nothing has happened. These projects need to be expedited and implemented now. And secondly, we need to improve working conditions for mechanics because we don't have enough mechanics to fix our old bus fleet, and mechanics are quickly leaving due to poor working conditions. In the long term, we need to order more high-capacity buses. We have about 279 articulated buses that were scheduled to be retired this year according to our old bus procurement schedule, and only 50 new ones are on order. This won't solve our current short-term problem, but if we don't deal with this now, it will cause us many problems in 2 to 3 years. To be able to reduce cascading, delays, and cancellations, you need more recovery time in the schedule. And to schedule more recovery time, you need more buses available. So it's important that in the long term, Council works towards a larger bus fleet to accommodate our needs. Now, all this data I presented here today is available on our website and it's updated in real time. And I would encourage all of you to check that out. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ajay. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, and thanks for your delegation. I still have a lot of fun with the tool that's online there, and it's taken a lot of hours of my life away. But I just wanted to, one of the things that you had highlighted was the fact that a lot of the performance metrics are masked, right? The information might be accurate, right? But the way it's presented is not reflective of passenger experience, right? The 74, 75, for example, some days to the people who live in my ward it's a 50% trip delivery because every other trip is canceled or late to a point where it seems like it's canceled. So information like this, the fact that it's posted there and it's kind of interactive as well is really helpful. I do have, you might remember from the November Transit Committee meeting that I also moved ahead of direction for staff to break out the peak period data into, well, that's it, break out the peak period data so that we do have a data set that's more reflective of the experience. So I just want to highlight that and the fact that your logo reminds me of the old Brampton Transit logo. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. I'm seeing no more questions. Oh, wait, Councillor Leeper, you got your hand just up in time.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ajay, for doing the webinar with me, I guess last week, or I've lost track of time, along with Shane Sagan, taking a look at the tools that you've developed. And I would encourage people to take a look at the recording of that webinar if they want to understand what these tools really mean in depth. But I do want to raise one positive piece, which you've talked to me a couple of times about, which is when you're looking at the Block Explorer and OC Transpo is moving buses around. My impression is that you consider that they are being nimble and sophisticated and really sort of doing the best they have with the resources that they have.
Yeah, from my understanding, it does seem that they're doing very well with what they have. And the problem is they have a constrained set of issues, which is there are real world traffic that is causing delays that causes them to have cancellations. And there's not enough buses to fill that up. And the schedules themselves are not necessarily perfectly scheduled, and now we're dealing with the consequences of that.
Yes. It's I'm keen at some point maybe to visit the operations center and sort of watch some of that work being done in real time. It's pretty wild when you take a look at your Block Explorer. The work that you're doing to put these numbers together, where is that data coming from?
So the data comes from the same system that gives you the live tracking on the different apps. And so it gives you a full schedule of where all the buses are supposed to be. And then every minute it tells you where all the buses are and what routes they're running. So we're able to fetch that data, save it, but it means we do not have historical data outside of when we started the project. So we only have historical data for this current month right now.
Okay. And all the analysis that you're making of that data, which I assume is coming out in some sort of machine readable form that I would not understand to take a look at the raw files. Is anyone paying you to do that work?
No, this is just a volunteer effort. This thing's running off an old laptop in my apartment, and yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much for being here. It is a really interesting tool. My team has been using it for some casework inquiries. Lets us find some of the information on our own rather than having to send formal requests. And I hope we continue working on it. Great use of open data. And I think it's something that could be expanded and maybe in partnership with OC in future years. So thank you.
Thanks.
Our second speaker today is Hayden Hultink. And Hayden's here in the room.
Thank you.
Hi.
I just want to say that was a really great speech by the representative from Better Transit Ottawa, but I'll get into my my item. So my name is Hayden. I'm a student from Carleton University, and I want to say thank you for letting me speak as part of for the citizens of Ottawa and especially for students. I'd like to begin by saying that I'm very appreciative that we have a transit system in the capital of Ottawa and that OC Transpo is a part of many different transit projects. The dream that someday will be as good as the TTC or the STM. It will be as good one day. One day it'll be like that. But it won't be today, it won't be tomorrow, or it won't be in the next 5 years with the current system we have in place. I asked my followers on social media to express their thoughts of OC Transpo, and about a scale of 1 to 5. It was like a Google survey, it wasn't that big. But they averaged around 21 responses out of 2 out of 5, with people consistently saying that there are reliability, inconsistency, overcrowding, neglection of local routes, LRT frustrations, time costs, price increases are huge issues within OC Transpo. So let's touch up on that. OC Transpo currently believes that we're already part of that category of a world-class transit system because our fare prices suggest so. Currently, it's $4.15 for a single fare, which the CTV reports that it's the 4th highest in all of Canada, with a monthly pass being around $138, also 4th. This pricing is more expensive than Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, and Vancouver systems who have their own metros, much more expansive, and charge less. If affordability is one of the listed issues on OC Transpo's website or post on their website, then why is it the 4th highest in all of Canada? And recently, we kind of touched up upon that for the 2025 review for statistics. For the bus route cancellations, CTV also reported the top 10 routes in January that were canceled, averaging around to a 91% success rate, for those 10 routes, which is, I mean, A plus for if you're going to school or something like that, but it needs to be flawless. There has to be no errors. Thousands of people take these routes every single day, going for work, going to school, going to see friends and family, and just to enjoy life. But knowing that there could be a small 9% chance that my bus is canceled, it puts a thorn in my side. And again, it's a small number, but this shouldn't be an issue in the first place. And for students, it's worse. I live in Orleans, and my commute's about an hour and 15 just to get to campus. It's 4 bus routes during non-peak hours. And if I wanted to go to Algonquin, it's 2 hours. And it's arguably worse if someone lives in Barhaven at Stittsville. Taking around 2 hours, they want to go to U Ottawa. And if OC TRANSPO is trying to sell convenience, why is it more convenient to get a car if I could afford one? But non-peak hours are faster for cars, yet it's slower for transit users, with OC TRANSPO reducing its frequency on line 1 and cutting down buses during non-peak times. That means more time standing around waiting for a bus, more time in the cold, and more time at stations like Herman and Blair, and also legacy bus stations like Place Orleans and Billings Bridge, where there are poor to no heating systems in place, meaning people are suffering in freezing temperatures, and some shelters are not even enclosed. Platform D in Blair is one of those shelters. No heating, out in the open, where people could be affected by the wind. There needs to be immediate action to address this issue. But I want to go back to what I said earlier. I'm still very excited about the future of OC TRANSPO and the O-Train as a whole. I get a little bit more anxious every day just waiting for that announcement date. And then it gets delayed. And now we're waiting until Q2 for the next update. So, like I said, I get they have to be safe and sure. And that's totally fine. Like, that's acceptable. But people are getting impatient. I'm getting impatient. I will keep on gladly waiting for this system, but you know, I want to be able to I want to ride the train someday. So I apologize for being doom and gloom. I'm trying my best not to complain about the system. I care for the system more than others, and I believe the future needs transit. Transit can save people money. It could be convenient, reduce emissions. Just not right now for Ottawa. We need to focus on drastically increasing the scale of our system so we can reach more parts. I'll end my item by saying that we'll eventually be like Rob Ford, and we'll have subways, but instead it'll be LRTs. It will take some time, but in order for the system to prosper, we need to see OC TRANSPO needs to see where they are in comparison to other metro systems, and if they think they're a world-class system, the investment needs to show. Currently, there's not, but it can be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Hayden. Question from Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you for being here and presenting and letting us know where you're commuting from into Orleans. I'm curious about your Carleton University experience. I represent that area. Lots of students from across the city going into Carleton. So just obviously the north-south line is running now. Helps getting south, certainly. And I'm wondering the bus service, though, on campus, if you're taking buses in, what your experience has been on campus and catching those buses from campus.
So sometimes, like, I agree with line 2 being hoping it does help, but for some people, for me, it actually doesn't help me at all. Just because if it's more like it's reliability, yes, it's better, but if I want to get back home as fast as I can, right? So I'm not trying to stay. So it's about, I timed it one time. It's about an extra 20 to 25 minutes if I were to take line 2, as opposed to me taking the 10 to get back to Herman Station, right? So for some people, like for me in Orleans, it doesn't help, but for others that live in the West End, it may help, or especially in Riverside South and those areas. Yes, it does help. Sometimes, like routes like the 10, that's my primary bus route. It's the only route I can really get to Herman if I want to go back to Orleans, right? The 111 takes me to Billings Bridge if I could get on the transitway, right? Those are my only 2 options. And the 7 also goes down to
Vito.
Billings, but it's not like it still takes arguably still a good amount of time. I'm still waiting hours just to get back to my home, right? So that's like I find my experiences.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to present to us today. Appreciate it.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. Just a comment. Thanks for your presentation. I don't think it's doom and gloom. I think it's quite realistic of our situation. I think you would have loved the old Route 104, which I drove for a little bit. It was one of my favorite things. But yeah, no, I don't think it's doom and gloom. I think it is a very realistic assessment of our situation. We'd never get to actually, Rob Ford was very specific in saying no to LRT to get subways, but I get your point. And even though there have been some infrastructure improvements for Carleton, you are right that it is very specific. The target audience is very specific. Like it benefits Riverside South, parts of Barrhaven only. And hopefully as things as we get our bus deliveries, as the LRT extension happens, I'm hoping that we can be a little less doom and gloom, and move what our realistic threshold is up a little bit. So thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for questions. Thanks very much, Hayden, for being here today. Thanks for your patience. Our third delegation is Sam Hirsch, who is online. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Councillor Gower. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Councillor Gower?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hello, I'm here today because our transit system is in crisis. As a result of decades of poor political decisions made by some of you around this table and around the council table writ large, we continue to face a mess of epic proportions. The LRT continues to run with single-car train service and is extremely overcrowded. I know I take it frequently, with many more vulnerable people forced to stand or to be squeezed in seats. And one article on January 23rd read that 70% of trains were out of service. That meant only 18 out of 59 cars, the entire train fleet, were running. And I keep seeing photos and posts from some councillors decrying what's going on, but it means precious little when some of you are the ones who supported route cuts or opposed an inquiry into the LRT historically, among other things. I thought I had seen everything regarding the LRT fiasco, but that 70% stat, it really stayed with me and boggled my mind. And when the LRT goes offline or is incredibly overcrowded, can residents rely on the bus to get by? Hardly. The bus, in large part, faces similar issues with massive overcrowding, as we've been hearing from delegates today at peak hours, a lack of reliability and a lack of affordability. At over $4 a ride, our service is becoming increasingly expensive and not worth it to ride, while other cities like Toronto have frozen their fares for the third straight year in a row. And we love to focus on the LRT a lot. It's been the stuff of headlines for the better part of over half a decade. But one thing we don't talk about as much, though I was happy to see it being discussed quite a bit at this meeting today, is our bus and its aging, shrinking fleet. Before significant cuts in 2011, we had over 1,000 buses in our fleet, and now that number has been seriously reduced to around 730 to 760 buses. Whenever I tell anyone that stat, it galvanizes them and makes them question why that's the case. An excuse I often hear from some to justify the small fleet for such a large population is that the LRT is in service, that buses were removed simply to reduce redundancy in service. And I can get how that argument makes sense, and I suspect in some small cases that may be true, but when we look at cities with similar sized populations with light rail, the situation is completely different. Edmonton, for example, has a population of 1.2 million people, has light rail, and has a bus fleet of 995 buses. Calgary, on the same hand, has a population of 1.3 million people, has had light rail for years, and has a bus fleet of 1,100 buses. That would be similar amount of buses that we would have if our fleet was more proportionate to our population. And the federal government certainly hasn't paid their fair share, slashing the Canada Public Transit Fund by $5 billion. But as other cities have shown, these are expenses we can make and manage on our own. The city is working on getting more buses, and that's good. But they aren't going towards growing our fleet, just replacing existing buses. And this isn't the first time. This is a trend, and it was mentioned today in our 2023 budget. In order to make savings and increase efficiencies, the mayor pushed for a budget that took 117 older buses out of service in order to try and fill the large $40 million budget hole. It only amounted to about $4 million, hardly even making a dent. This and previous councils have been so ready to cut service and get rid of buses instead of actually making sound financial decisions that us riders continue to suffer greatly, and so do our transit workers, who are often blamed for poor service, forced to have poor working conditions, or simply don't have enough buses to drive. However, instead of dealing with these pressing issues, councillors and the mayor are putting forward motions to support expanding police powers to special constables to be able to further criminalize vulnerable people on public transit, simply moving the problem along. We don't need more police powers on transit. What people are asking for is more investment in reliability, accessibility, and affordability. And we don't and shouldn't have to choose, because with sound financial planning, we can have all three. So let's stop managing decline and start planning for growth. Ottawa is one of the fastest growing cities in the country, and our transit system should reflect that reality. Horizon Ottawa has put forward a petition already supported by almost 800 people, basically saying that if we committed to maintaining a fleet of at least one bus for every 1,000 residents, that would mean roughly 1,190 buses today and about 1,260 by 2030, a clear, measurable benchmark that ensures service grows with our population instead of shrinking against it. And I'm not saying this should be the exact metric, but we should be using a metric to grow our fleet rather than forcing it to stagnate. And alongside rebuilding and expanding our fleet, we should endorse the Free Transit Ottawa vision for free off-peak service, a practical, phased approach that boosts ridership, supports low-income residents, fills empty seats during non-peak hours, and restores confidence in OC Transpo. That's how we rebuild trust, by investing in frequency, reliability, and affordability, not by cutting service or expanding enforcement powers. We can choose to build a transit system proportional to our city's growth and worthy of the people who rely on it every single day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Question from Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Sam, for the presentation. Interesting point about the growth and anticipating future ridership rather than sort of amending our fleet for existing ridership. So on the metric you mentioned, I'm just wondering how was that formulated in terms of a bus per 1,000 residents, and then did you look at other cities that might have metrics for their populations?
Excuse me, Councilor Menard. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to defer more to the current coordinator for Horizon to see how they got that metric. But that's what we had basically in 2010 was sort of the metric that we used. So in 2010, it was roughly 1,000 buses per one bus per 1,000 residents. So if we kept up to what it was like in 2010, we'd be at a similar level now. And like you said, what we've been doing for many years is saying that we'll only invest in the system if it shows us results, not the other way around. And we know that in reality, we have to invest in our transit system for it to improve, not continue to wait for it to get better just magically, right?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you, Sam, for delegation. Thanks for your patience. It's been a long day. Speaker number 4 is Saad Khan. And Saad's in the room. Great. Welcome.
Hello, is it turned on?
Yep, you're all good. Thanks for being here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Saad Khan, and I'm someone who uses public transit every day. And today, I'm here to speak about one urgent issue, transit reliability. A December 2025 poll conducted by Ebeke's data of 1,000 residents identified transit reliability as one of the city's top 3 issues. Since then, reliability has continued to decline and has drawn plenty of media attention, including from CBC. I know many of you here have already heard from residents about missed buses, cancellations, and long waits. Speaking from my experience, in just the past month, I waited 45 minutes for a bus in freezing conditions because the ride share was costing me over $20. I have ended up walking to my destinations rather than waiting for a bus several times. And I've been late because of service delays. My friends have shared similar experiences, including bus cancellations that forced them to pay for expensive ride shares. This is not okay. One obvious step that a city can take is to get more buses on the road. Ottawa needs to add at least 150 buses on top of what is already planned, add 25 vehicles to TRANSPO, and have additional buses for reserve for R1 service during LRT shutdowns. We also need to hire more mechanics. Getting these buses and mechanics in place will help address declining service and bring it closer to the level we want. While adding buses and mechanics are necessary steps, they take a while. Bus deliveries can be delayed due to supply chain issues, like we have seen with the electric buses. There's a shortage of mechanics, since not all mechanics are eligible to work on OC Transpo buses. It takes a few years of training to obtain the required qualifications. So what can Ottawa do to improve transit reliability in the meantime while facing labor shortages and supply chain issues? Are there any quick wins the council can pursue? Bus lanes. Dedicated bus lanes on key corridors. They are one of the few tools that the city can implement rapidly and at a relatively low cost to improve transit reliability while waiting for new buses and more mechanics. Bus lanes help reduce delays, cut travel times, and make service more predictable for riders. They have proven successful in cities across the world. In Toronto, for instance, many transit riders have noticed faster travel times since bus lanes were introduced on Dufferin Street. Ultimately, bus lanes would help us get more service out of the buses we already have. Ultimately, it is reliability that keeps people on transit. If Ottawa doesn't improve it soon enough, OC TRANSPO risk losing more ridership. That also means losing revenue and digging a deeper hole in a city budget. The city has the tools it can use right now to improve reliability, like dedicated bus lanes, while continuing to add more buses and mechanics. I'm asking Council to treat transit reliability as a priority we clearly want it to be, and to act with the urgency this moment demands. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much, Saad. Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. I'm just curious, you've been sitting here all morning.
So what?
I believe you've been sitting in the room all day thus far. You've been here since the beginning, getting ready to speak.
Yeah.
Has anything that you've heard about the current bus crisis been unknown to you? Have you learned anything listening to the presentations by city staff today?
I would say I really appreciated Dean Hater. I think that was pretty helpful, but the solutions still demand more. Like, for example, all the new buses that are on order will replace the existing fleet, and there are only 14 new diesel buses. And increasing our bus fleet by 14 buses isn't enough. We need to do a lot more to have enough buses to meet our needs.
Okay, I'm just wondering. When I get notes from residents, and I receive a whole lot of notes from residents about buses right now, as do all of my colleagues around the table. They are often surprised to hear what is causing the bus reliability crisis right now, and they can be surprised to hear that we are purchasing new buses, that we have an aggressive mechanic hiring process underway. Are you hearing enough from OC TRANSPO at enough frequency to convince you that we are treating this with the urgency that it deserves?
Unfortunately not.
We've had a technical briefing a couple of weeks ago about the spalling issue. But other than this meeting, I can't remember the last time, other than maybe a transit commission meeting probably a couple of months ago, at which we talked about the bus reliability issue. And I think it would be helpful for the residents to hear more often from us about what is being done to address it. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Khan.
No.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. Our next speaker is Kyle Humphrey, who's also been waiting here all morning. Hi, Kyle. Thanks for joining us. Just hit the button there to turn the mic on. You got it.
It's my first time doing this, I guess. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been here all day. I've been here since 8 a.m. I want to bring up a couple of topics. First and foremost, am I allowed to ask a question and just to raise a hand? Am I allowed to do that quickly? How many of you use ParaTranspo? I thought so. That's the representation that ParaTranspo gets, and that tends to stop at people who take time out of their day. I love that there are people who have the dedication to put time and effort into this, but ParaTranspo users tend to get to the nitty gritty. For example, 90 minutes between bookings means that there's no lunch hour opportunities. I can't go out with my colleagues, my coworkers, my peers when they want to go out for lunch hour. They get to hop on a bus if we work downtown, or if we're downtown for a project. They get to hop on a bus downtown, and then they get to go back. ParaTranspo doesn't offer that service. When before the express buses were removed, ParaTranspo users were asked to pay a higher fee between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. for the same service that they would receive all day. So there was no change in that. And finally, there's no mention of trying to gain the trust of ParaTranspo users. There's constant talks of how do we get more OC users? How do we get those users back? How do we gain the trust of those users again? ParaTranspo users don't have that luxury of being bought. They don't have the luxury of walking away from a service that some people are relegated to. They are stuck with and at the end of the day, I'm not one of those people. I get to get my friend's car. I get to get on an OC Transpo bus that continues to be improved and updated without question, and obviously worked on. You guys have been here all day. This is great, but there are people who get forgotten. There are people who get lost in the service, and this is for them. I really hope that we can put our best foot forward when it comes to working for those people who don't have the option to get in a car, working for those people who don't have the option to ask a friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much, Kyle. I don't know if I have a question for you, but just really wanted to thank you for continuing to give us the reminder that, although the current conventional transit system is paralyzed right now with the challenges that we're facing with lack of fleet and lack of mechanics and the spalling issue on line 1, that we still have so many issues with ParaTranspo. We have the issues with availability of buses. We have lateness there as well. And thank you for continuing to be a voice and bringing that to the table. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you, Kyle, for joining us today. Our next speaker is Noah Weinberg, who's also here in the room. Welcome, Noah.
Thank you. Bonjour. Merci pour l'opportunité.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Je suis là avec un groupe de représentants élus qui représentent plus de 2200 employés.
With the municipal election approaching, the people of Ottawa are watching a sudden outbreak of concern about a crisis that some of you sitting at this table have helped create. This transit collapse did not just suddenly go off the rails. It was caused vote by vote, budget by budget, and decision by decision. For years, ATU Local 279, our members, and your transit riders have told you exactly where this path was headed. You had the warnings, you had the authority, and you choose to ignore them. What is unacceptable is watching decision makers now ask how this happened, when many of you at these tables held that power and responsibility for the very decisions that brought us here. This crisis was not sudden, it was predictable. Chronic underfunding, unrealistic expectations, and the exclusion of frontline voices have consequence. This system has run dry. The tank is empty. Your workers and your customers have nothing left to give. You cannot keep cutting service, compressing schedules, eroding worker protections, and disciplining at record levels, and then act shocked when recruitment and retention collapses, the service fails, and the public's confidence disappears. The era of squeezing workers to cover your failures is over. What concerns us deeply is that we have seen this movie before. Underfund the service, criticize the results, and then point to privatization as a solution. We are already seeing the warning signs. Contracting out work that was once safely done in-house. Procurement decisions made without listening to operators and mechanics. And a growing narrative that public transit does not work. The solution has always been here the entire time. Transit works when it's funded, when it's respected, and when it is run with the expertise of the people who deliver it. Today, operators are pushed to the limit. Without time and basic facilities, runs have no buffer or mitigations for the realities of our city. The member's safety is more tested now than ever before, and maintenance deteriorates in spite of the valiant efforts of our mechanics and our maintenance staff. Para-TRANSPO services continue to be inequitable and lacks essential needs to the most vulnerable of our community. Safety risks rise. When workers finally break under that pressure, they are punished financially and forced to work under duress, while systemic failures continue untouched or covered up. That is not accountability. That is scapegoating. Public transit is an essential service and a public good, not a testing ground for privatization or budget cuts. We call on every commissioner, every city councillor, and anyone that's seeking office to commit publicly to a real transit plan, one that rejects the underfund, criticize, privatize cycle and includes workers and riders and their voices and treats transit as a human right. ATU Local 279 will continue to speak, to organize, and to hold you accountable on behalf of our workers and alongside our ridership. The people of Ottawa deserve better. Our members deserve dignity. And this system will only recover if you listen to those who proudly keep it moving. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for coming to speak with us and for being blunt about the assessment that you see in front of you. We do find ourselves in a crisis. Could have been a long time making, and I can understand your sentiments there. Right now, what's happening with the workers on the job? What are people feeling, and how are they responding to the situation that people are experiencing out there?
The word is burnout. There's nowhere left to go. Our members are at the bottom of the hierarchy, in the chain of command, in the decision making, yet we are the face. We are the ones that deal with it on your behalves every single shift. They're breaking down, they're burning out, their attendance, their family repercussions, all of those things come into play, and then discipline becomes the solution. You don't discipline your people if you need better. You hold them, you support them, and you give them the platform to be the professionals they were. This was once a transit system that shone, that people looked up to, that people came to visit and want to be emulating. And we're not that anymore. We're so far from that. Yet we create commissions like this, and then we remove the people that were voicing those concerns. We change it so that it's only councillors. Let's not have the voices of the people living it and working it. And that is honestly unacceptable.
I wonder, given what you said here, what a path forward looks like. Obviously, you hear some say, well, we've increased the transit budget. but that has come with a lot of light rail expenditures, while the bus service we've been reduced in hours.
Yeah, we've seen wonderful additions to the infrastructure budgets. Operations is at a crawl. We create runs, we create schedules where time is shaved below what Google Maps will tell you it runs. That doesn't include passengers. It doesn't include lowering the bus. It doesn't include being able to put a ramp out. It doesn't include looking after the people that depend on us. And yet we're forced to try and operate under that system. And then you're told that you can't speed or you can't cut corners. Of course, we don't want to, but that pressure is there. And that pressure doesn't necessarily come from management. That pressure comes from people that came into this line of work to serve. It's our people out there that are hurting. We want to help them. And we're not given the tools, we're not given the support, and we're not given the ability to.
Thank you for being here and expressing these thoughts. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Liepert.
Chair, I think the questions I had for you were more in the weeds than I think I want to get into today. I think this commission needs to sit with what you said, accept the truth of it, and do better.
I appreciate that.
I'm going to leave that there. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, sir, for coming down and speaking truth to decision makers here on the committee. Appreciate your input over the years. Similar to Councillor Lieber, there's a lot to discuss, but if there's one initiative that is being led right now that you can speak to that you would like to see improved in whatever way, is there one project or initiative that's to get us back onto reliability in particular that you want to highlight today that would be helpful?
If there are buses out there, give this team the ability and the finances to go get them as soon as possible, and authorize suggestions and ideas that can bring in more apprentices and improve retention and recruitment of mechanics. There are some suggestions at the table. We have worked very well together, and I believe we will continue to. But they need your support to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Noah, for being here.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
We have 3 more speakers, and I believe they're all joining us online. Next is John Reddens.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, let me find my speech here. First of all, OC TRANSPO Transit Committee raises concerns regarding equality. Raises concerns regarding equality representation for para-transpo issues, particularly given to the service underfunded status and frequent overcapacity. Since 2010, I've been utilizing the service, which often experiences operational challenges. Para-transpo receives little media or coverage or compared to light rail transit or regular transit. While regular transit users face cancellation delays, para-transpo customers are subject to punitive damages for repeated cancellations, potentially resulting in lost privileges. Is that fair? The current shortage of mechanics are affecting transit service that has further exacerbated the situation. As evidenced in December 2024, we had very limited buses and everybody got transferred over to taxis. A lot of people that got I want to correct some of the corrections that were going on earlier, but some of them had on their doctor's notes that they are only bus only and they're being transferred to taxis. This lack of representation and media attention highlights the need for greater awareness and understanding of para-transpo's specific challenges. The recent introduction of the new buses, including the 6-meter and 7-meter length buses, have presented issues such as limited space, mobility devices, and inadequate air conditioning and heat issues, as well as the seats for para-transpo users fail standards. Like the air conditioning on the 6-meter bus, you have to put your hand up to get the air conditioned. Otherwise, you're in hot air when you're sitting on the seat. Where was our counselors, our staff, reps the last few weeks listening to the users and groups consultations? Yes, Troy, you announced we had those online, but there was very lack of representation. I only saw 1 or 2 city staff members from OC TRANSPO watching the observance. Nobody from management there. These concerns underscore the importance of effective representation and consultation with customers to address the unique needs of paratransport. Also, the findings from the track problems with the wheel bearing issues. It's lost. You're controlling the message. The Herdman curve, what's it doing to those bearings? Also, the bearing issue. Have you changed? What are you doing to fix it right now? Are you putting a different type of grease on it? Are you putting a different type of lubrication? Elevators. Every day there's an elevator going out in the system. Like the union rep said, it's been underfunded and you're getting worse. You're gonna hit rock bottom soon. When are we gonna start listening? Ladies and gentlemen, 275 days till election day. I doubt it you're gonna get half the stuff done. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Question from Councillor Carr.
Hi, thanks very much, John. Not so much a question as a comment. I have gotten a number of concerns about the elevators being out of service at stations and people not being able to access stations. Just to let you know, I do have an inquiry going in to get some statistics on that today. But thanks for coming out.
Thanks very much, John, for joining us today. Thanks for your patience. It's been a long morning and afternoon.
I've had
Our next speaker is Shalini Kathurmanathan. Shalini, online. Hello. We cannot hear you. It looks like you're unmuted, but we cannot hear your voice.
Hello now?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, sweet. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts and concerns about our city's transit woes. My name is Shalini Kathurmanathan, and I'm a proud resident of Ward 14. I moved here to the city about 4 years ago from Toronto as a recent grad who landed a job with the federal government, the story of many. As I planned my move to the city, there were a couple of things I knew were non-negotiables. Reasonably affordable rent with a single income, a walkable neighborhood that had at least one good grocery store, and accessible transit that brought me over to Gatineau for work and around the city as I didn't and still don't own a car. This ultimately landed me in Centertown. Unfortunately, what I soon found out was that it didn't matter whether I was surrounded by numerous bus stops connecting to various bus routes or if I had an LRT station within a 10-minute walk. The buses and trains actually need to show up for me to have the accessible transit I thought my location promised. Over the years, with these experiences getting exponentially worse this winter and in the last month, I've had to choose between waiting for 45 minutes for a bus that might not even show up by myself on cold and dark winter nights or walk for that long to get home, fearing for my safety where streets are not always lit. Pay cancellation or late fees for medical appointments because the bus was either late or got canceled at last minute, and having to resort to Ubers and Lyfts like many others mentioned to get me places, lining the pockets of corporations rather than contributing back to our city. On top of the increasing cost of living, I'm still paying off loans, helping out family financially, and attempting to save money for the future. With the extra money I do have, I'd rather spend it on a coffee down at Happy Go or give back to our community, not on Ubers and cancellation fees. I also got into a car accident last year, and my body is still recovering. This means long walks on slippery sidewalks during the winter can still be stressful. I'm angry, frustrated, but most of all disappointed. And this is just the story of an able-bodied, fairly young person with a government job attempting to find home in Ottawa. What I can't begin to imagine is what folks with accessibility needs, seniors, new and expecting parents, and neighbors working lower-income jobs are facing, not afforded the alternatives that I have. Transit cuts aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. They decide whether you can get to work on time, make it to a job interview that could change your life, or reach a loved one in crisis. They determine whether you miss visiting hours at a hospital or senior home or a service at your local place of worship. And they dictate if you can grab groceries before the store closes, catch the opening anthem of a hockey game you saved up for, or keep one more impaired driver off the road. Transit cuts impact real lives in real time, and the consequences are anything but small. Sure, we've increased our transit budget over the years. However, this hasn't given us better service. Why? Because it's still nowhere near enough. Every year, this money gets swallowed by rising operating costs, LRT expansion, and mounting maintenance demands, as many have said today. So what now? We need to pivot fast. If one of our biggest problems is a shortage of buses, I don't understand why our new zero-emission fleet is replacing vehicles instead of expanding the fleet. A transition shouldn't feel like a mid-season trade in a sports league. And while job insecurity is rising, we're somehow short on trained operators and mechanics, the very people needed to keep the system running. How are riders like me supposed to reconcile with this? Why are the real-time tools we use to track our bus times not accurate? If I've often found myself being the designated young person with the phone informing older neighbors at the stop who rely on mostly inaccurate stop schedules when our bus is actually going to come, only to be bamboozled in a few minutes. If ridership, traffic, and gridlock has been said to hurt transit quality, I don't understand why fares keep going up. Why bus lanes aren't being prioritized? Riders shouldn't be paying literally and figuratively for OC TRANSPO and our city's shortcomings. It's time to rethink transit from the ground up, because what we're doing right now is clearly not working and has led us into this transit emergency. I'm glad to see some changes have been considered already in today's presentation, like moving towards a more preventative framework for repairs and increased recruiting efforts, but frankly, it seems like it's still not enough. The city needs to treat transit as a long-term public asset, one that improves quality of life, keeps people here like me, and actually serves the community. We deserve accessible, reliable, and accountable transit, and we deserve a city that listens and, more importantly, acts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, for your comments. Any questions from committee? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks, Shalini, for joining us and for your patience today. We'll move on to our final speaker, Xavier Auger. Bon après-midi.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Hello, my name is Xavier Auger. I reside in the town of Metcalfe, and a resident without a car in rural Ottawa. So transit and bike infrastructure will remain a concern for me, and these are at most times all I have to get in and around the city. As someone who regularly takes my bike on lines 1 and 2, I rarely have an issue going north and south in the city, and I can just bike the rest to my destination, whether it's a bit to the west or east. But when I don't have my bike and I have to connect with a bus on my trip, that's when the cracks begin to show for me in our fragile transit system currently. I use the transit app to guide me on new trips around the city, and I have used it, and I last used it Saturday to get to a colleague's house on Rideau Street. It was the line 14 east, and I was waiting at the corner of Elgin, so just a short trip to the Rideau area. This trip should have taken about 10 minutes, but once I got on the bus, this should have taken at least 10 minutes once I got on the bus, but there were multiple delays that got me there 15 minutes later than expected. There were also times where I had to take the line 6 down Bank Street, but with the bus constantly being backed up by traffic and cars parallel parking on the side, it's so bad to the point that I just consider walking all the way down to Elwood, where I need to go, just to, instead of paying $4, because, what's the point of taking that trip on the bus when it's already so long? I've seen recent reports on the current status of Ottawa's bus fleet at a meager 750 buses, when only a few decades ago in the early 2010s, we had around 1,000. While the 350 buses the city has ordered is, welcomed, it will only bring up our fleet to up to 1,100 buses for a population of 1.2 million, and that's if any of the 750 buses we currently have won't be retiring anytime soon. when in the early 2010s, like I said, we've had 1,000 in our fleet, and that was when we had a population of 850,000, giving us a healthy ratio of residents per bus. As a resident of Ottawa, I ask that the city be more ambitious and bring our bus fleet to at least 1,200 buses, especially if the 750 won't retire soon, and at least giving us a ratio of 1,000 residents per bus. And while I have mentioned Bank Street previously, I would also like to see much needed improvements on this historic street and this vital artery of our city. It just doesn't make sense to why we have on-street parking on this crucial artery of the city, delaying traffic when car and bus riders have to wait behind someone taking 10 minutes to parallel park, in a lane that isn't used to move traffic, but instead take away space from the street and not even shop. And for people parking there, it's not even to shop at the store they park in front of, right? So this lane can be much better utilized my opinion, though there's a lot of evidence showing that much better utilized as a 24/7 bus lane, improving reliability of the heavily relied on 6 and 7 buses, and increasing the ridership and in renewing trust in, or at least building much needed trust in our transit system. This decision is made easier when only 7% of the parking in the Glebe and Old Ottawa South of areas on Bank Street, still allowing drivers, we would still allow drivers options to park at Lansdowne or at the Glebe parking garage. It's a low cost implement and just needed a bit of paint, and more foot traffic from increased transit ridership would bring more customers to the local businesses on Bank. Lastly, I'd like to please consider these improvements to our transit system, especially the bus lanes on Bank and Carling, since it would be a great great cost-effective solution. It would help alleviate the delays we have with our bus shortage we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegations. I'm not seeing any questions around the table, but thank you to you as well for your patience. You're the last delegation on our list. I know it's been a long day. Thank you for your comments. Okay, we're going to move now to questions for staff again. Anything in the second half of the presentation is certainly in order. Anything that delegations may have raised. We also have the motion from Councillor Hill. He's not here right now, but that would be on the table as well. So Wilson Lowe, you're up first, Councillor Lowe.
I'm used to Brockington being quick draw. Thank you for the presentation. So on the, I wrote a list down as the presentation went, so some of the questions might sort of jump all over the place. On the customer injuries, you had noted that 60% of customer injuries were on the bus network. Was that correct?
Yes, it is, Councillor.
But I'm curious, like that, in my mind, that creates a weird, I guess, dynamic with the LRT, because I'm thinking about how much of our service is bus and how much of our service is LRT. So in terms of per capita, let's say, or rate of injuries on each, is it higher on the LRT because it's less of our smaller part of our service?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
So 60% of customer injuries are on the bus network, right? Which means 40 is probably likely on the LRT or something like that.
Could also be like within stations, but yes, yeah.
Yep. So given that bus service is the largest part of our service and is likely more than 60% of our service, does that create a weird dynamic in terms of the rate of injuries on LRT versus on the bus network?
Pat. Yep.
Mr. Chair, I can provide an observation. In comparison to 60% of the customer injuries occurring on the bus system, 70% of the ridership occurs on the bus system. So as you can see, they're not out of line with each other.
Okay, that's a good baseline there. Thank you. So in the schedule adherence part, in the graph that shows how lines 2 and 4 performed, recently there have been a lot of recently there have been instances where line 4 has just been suspended altogether and replaced with Route 105. I don't know how frequently that has occurred, but it has occurred. And I don't know if that drags the performance percentage of the Trillium line overall down at all. Does that reflect poorly on line 2, I guess? And is it worthwhile to maybe every so often highlight that and separate the metrics for 2 and 4 at all?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. Any impact to line 4 or line 2, we view that as a system, right? So if it's an impact on line 4, it brings the number down. If it's an impact on line 2, it brings the number down. So, but yes, you are correct. There's been a few occurrences where we've had some disruptions associated with one of the critical switches near South Key Station, largely due to winter and snow accumulation. So working with our TNX partners to continue to refine their maintenance practices in terms of the switch heaters, snow fences, those types of things. So there's still some work to do. We're in our second winter of operation, so we're encouraged by the results so far, but there's still some areas for improvement. And you're right, we've had to temporarily and briefly suspend service on line 4 a few times because of this switch issue. The positive aspect is we do have that 105 route that's running all the time there, so it's not ideal, but there is something that's already in place for customers as an alternate. But if it impacts line 2, it impacts line 4.
Yeah, no, okay, that's fair.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks. I mean, I think it is good that the 105 is there and readily available, but I also don't know what it says about line 4 if we have a bus route that parallels 100% of that route. In terms of the schedule adherence and regularity, the individual route will perform the way it does, but does the amount of interlining that happens in the scheduling in the regular booking, so let's discount the reduced service bookings, does the amount of interlining have an effect on it? Because I'm thinking, like, if every bus on the 85 is on a run that only does the 85, the delay on Carling will affect in theory, just the 85 and kind of uphold the regularity of that route. Whereas if a bus in the 85 then moves on to a local route, like the 58 or whatever goes through Crystal Bay, that has an impact on the adherence there for seemingly no reason. Is it your general observation that interlining is it your observation that interlining affects schedule adherence and regularity at all?
Mr. Chair, a delay on one trip will always have a likelihood of delaying the next trip. If the next trip is on the same route, there are customers affected. If the next trip is on a different route, there are customers affected. We can minimize that knock-on effect of delays by scheduling more buffer time at terminals. We can add more standby buses at terminals ready to take the next trip. Both of those are things we mentioned in the report we brought to you on reliability. I think it was in September. Other things we've done in the past is a long time ago, we split the old Route 2 into 2 separate routes so that a delay on the west end of the route would not propagate all the way over to the east end of the route, and to give our controllers a chance to put buses back on time twice as often by having more terminal points. But whether the route is interlined, whether one trip is interlined to another route or not, the customers who are affected by a delay are always not the same customers that are experiencing the customers who experience the delay and the customers in the next trip are bearing the impact, whether they're on the same route or on another route.
Yeah, that's all fair. But when we're thinking about route, I use the 85 as an example, so I'll use it again. But when we're talking about route regularity, if the issue sort of is limited to Route 85, and those buses going back and forth on Route 85 stay on the 85, and they don't go into a different route that then affects something else. But wouldn't that sort of help with the regularity of the route at all?
Mr. Chair, no, it would not.
Okay. I think, anyway, I'll move on to the data. We can discuss that offline. I'll move on to the data. I think, there was that there was a committee direction a number of months ago where, I was hoping that the data can eventually be broken out into peak and off-peak data so that we can have more accurate reflection of what our passengers, our residents are experiencing. Appreciating that that's coming. And that's, but there is a fun tool out there already, which was discussed during delegations. But I'm hoping that, at the end of 2020, or I guess at the beginning of 2027, when you're presenting this type of data again, like a year in review, that will also have that same breakdown that you were able to present all year. So we're not, again, telling our residents, look, 95%, but, you were waiting at Tunney's for 30 minutes. So I don't know if you have anything to say to that, but it was more of a comment, but.
No, Mr. Chair, when we make adjustments to our key performance indicators, and that's one of the adjustments you've asked us to make, my intention would be for it to be a permanent change unless directed by council to change those KPIs and make some additional modifications.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks to the presentation and the delegations that were here. I'm going to follow up with some of those questions. I know we're currently planning some bus lanes. We have some right now opposite to peak period in Old Ottawa South, which have been implemented and have done fairly well. I know we're planning for some 24/7 service in certain segments on Bank Street as well in the glebe. This is kind of the heart of where there's high demand for parking and lots of shops and Lansdowne and everything. And that's some segments that we're looking at. But the point being made by some delegations around implementing immediate bus lanes in areas like Carling, Baseline, Bronson in front of Carleton University, a bunch of areas where the immediate implementation of a bus lane could help. Is it possible, and I say this with the context of, we put pylons on the Bank Street Bridge, for example, 2 lanes blocked off during pandemic times, and had a lot of success in changing the bridge. It's a much more functional bridge now, years later. Carling, we put pylons on Carling from Bronson all the way through to Councillor Leaper's ward, Sherwood. And yeah, there was some effect there, but that was, that wasn't for buses specifically, but the lane could be painted right away for buses, a red lane, bike lane. So there's so much room on Carling as it is in those areas. So and Baseline too, obviously we're putting in Baseline bus rapid transit, and we're spending a lot of money coming up on that. But are there immediate changes that would help the situation that we're in right now, to start with bus advance lights, advanced queuing, bus only lanes? Because I know we're planning for this in the future. I just don't know if the immediate implementation of them could be done in the next month or two on some of these areas, for some of these areas.
Mr. Chair, there's a number of projects underway. Some are under study, some are ready for construction. I don't know that there's much that can be done in the next 2 months until the road conditions are more apt for lane repainting and for construction. And if it's construction, it may take a while. And if that construction involves changing the drainage, then it will take a long time. There's a limited number of streets where transit ridership is high enough that the local councillors would readily accept converting lanes from car and parking to transit only. And where those lanes exist, where those streets exist, in many cases that lane is there already. So an example is Rideau Street, where with the cooperation of Councillor Plante, we increased the hours of exclusivity and saw positive impacts at those times. There's a particular technical issue to deal with on Carling, which is to do with the width of the lane that buses need to drive in and the width of the lane that trucks need to drive in, not being quite as wide as the curb to curb space because of the median. That issue is being dealt with at the staff technical level, and we hope to have, a resolution to that soon. most of the streets in Ottawa are 2 or 4 lanes wide. When they're 4 lanes wide, if there are going to be bus lanes, that means no parking. And that means if there's already no parking, capacity for only half the space for cars. And so we, as we mentioned in our earlier report, we have that discussion regularly with our colleagues, staff colleagues internally, and with the councillors for those areas. And we recognize that the right answer, the agreed answer in any part of the city can be different from other cities. In different parts of the city, depending on the councillor's judgment of what the community is looking for in the balance between various road uses.
Yeah, I think there's easier ones to do than others, and some are harder for that very reason. Lots of interest, but there's some easy ones I think that would make sense to do, where we've got high transit usage and we've got the lanes to do it. Carling comes to immediate mind to me. I know I see there's a small technical issue there. Baseline comes to mind. Bronson in front of Carleton University comes to mind. So I guess there's some that's just my ward in my area, but there's some that come to mind where it could be more immediate, and maybe we need to be trialing some of that. I know I talked to the chair about this previously, and it makes sense for us to trial some of these things, I think, sooner rather than later. So especially on the potentially easier wins. So I wanted to go into the presentation that we heard around underfunding the service, criticizing the results, privatize. Public transit works when it's funded and respected. It's an essential service and public good. That there's been problems in the past with recruitment and coming to an organization that may not be as forward thinking on some of those elements. This was obviously this is a very topical issue right now, and budget after budget, we do come back and there's funding increases for transit, but it's not always commensurate with where it's needed. And we're in this situation now, and we want to see the way the budget works is staff come up with recommendations, they put them in the budget, and usually that's passed. We might change a few little things, but generally the staff budget gets passed. So when you're drafting the budget, we're in this situation we're in now, what kind of considerations are being made on the bus service side specifically for operations, for funding appropriate members of staff, and for, I guess, improving the service on the bus side of things, so that when people do think about the city of Ottawa, they do go back and think to it as the 1980s, 1970s, when there was the pinnacle of a lot of success that was happening here in our city. I guess, what kind is it buy-in that you're looking for from committee and all of council? Council thinks differently. We don't all think the same. But what is it that we need to do to make sure that we're properly funding the services, the people in the organization that run the organization, to ensure that we've got that type of, I guess, buy-in from the public, buy-in from our staff, and buy-in from councillors?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Just trying to unpack the question and answer it sort of in a consistent approach or concise approach. I think first and foremost, and I appreciate that we're having some difficulties, and when it comes to line one, we're down to really a few key technical issues that are, I'll use the term, plaguing the system. We can go extended periods of time with phenomenal service, and I just look back to Blues Fest and Canada Day, seeing thousands and thousands of people come in on trains and leave on trains like clockwork. That's how the system is designed. That's how it's supposed to work. And those are people, for every double car train that comes in, that's 9 buses. It's 9 buses. So that's one of the key strategic decisions that council and committee have made in terms of how are we going to improve the reliability of the system. And I really do look at it as a system. Getting buses out of traffic and congestion and tight streets, leveraging rail, which is dedicated right away, no interaction with cars, no interaction with pedestrians and MUPs and those types of things. So that's huge for us. And I know that On line one, we're struggling in terms of sustaining some good service reliability, and we've got this cartridge bearing assembly issue that has been lingering for far too long. And that's, I think, everyone's patience has worn thin in that regard. But that's a key piece, and but there's a good foundation there, and and you look at lines 2 and 4, and the early success of the first year of operation, and it will just get better as we continue to improve on those lingering issues, those issues that have impacted our performance, namely like the switches and switch heaters in the winter. On the bus service side of things, when we develop the budget, we're looking at we know that we can't do it all in one shot. You're not going to do it all in 1 year, right? So we're looking at, working with our transportation planning colleagues in terms of, the transit priority measures, the lane adjustments, those types of things. What are some of the quick wins that we can do, we can implement next year? What are the longer term things like, transit ways and those types of things, and all planning towards that. But we look at this in terms of developing that budget. What can we implement this year, and how can we make those incremental improvements? And being very realistic in our budget moving forward. I think one of the changes that we could look at in next year's budget would be, I maybe look to Pat a little bit on this, because I know him and I had lots of conversations on this, is, setting aside a target fund for specific bus reliability improvements that are focused on the operations side of things, because where we're at right now, when we look at our peak periods, if Pat wants to add more running time to routes or more layover time so that we can get more buses on time, it ultimately, at those peak periods, it drives our bus count up. And so there's a requirement for more buses and more operators to drive those. And it can go very, very quickly. But those are the considerations we're looking at. We need to leverage LRT moving forward. It is the critical piece of our system, especially as we go farther east and west, get more routes out of construction. And then Pat highlighted a little bit of some of the other transit priority projects that are maybe longer term. And then we've got things like lane queues or light queues, light jumping, and those types of things that we'll be working on this summer and into the fall.
That's good to hear. And the bus reliability piece obviously is super important. And I mean, I guess hard to take direction here, where we're away from a budget and we're in year operations, but this is the type of thing that I think people in the city, given where we're at now, will remember and want to see in the budget. And I know our staff and workers that are running the system will want to see those sorts of things as well. So I just, you have my support on that, for whatever that means. But I wanted to go in, and it's a very small issue, Chair, but it's a quality of life issue. Bathrooms and porta potties in our line. So we had that presentation from Gotta Go Ottawa previously in November. They've come back to council and said, look, there's 27 park and ride lots, and here's the ones that we think right away we can have bathrooms, right? We've got them for, I think, operators of three of the lines, existing facilities at Eagleson, Trim, and Fallowfield. But then there's a whole bunch of other areas where both for drivers, for staff, and for people taking the bus or the park and ride from there, porta potties could be used. I'm literally going through a list of porta potties in parks. And it's $4,500, Chair, for the porta potties for 3 or 4 of them, whatever, this summer. Well, we don't have bathrooms in a lot of these facilities, so I just say, are you now considering, just given where we were in November and the discussion at that time? This is a small issue. Do you need funding for it? But how can we get more bathrooms ready and accessible for people on both our LRT lines and our park and ride areas?
Your time, but
thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Staff can answer.
So, Mr. Chair, our budget does not have for additional porta potties or washrooms at either on the LRT or the bus station, so that's not within our budget for 2026. I understand the passenger comfort aspect of it, and or necessity aspect of it, but it's not currently within our budget for 2026.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few quick points, given the time. It was good to hear about the transfer time being extended as of, I think, March 2nd, I heard. I'd like to see this permanent. I know in our budget, we said it's only going to be until the west opens, but I think once you've provided our customers with a transfer extension, they've got used to it for a couple of years, they're not going to want to go back. And we're only talking about 15 minutes. For ridership data for bus and train, I'd really like to see a multi-year, you've given annual stats today for 2025, but I'd really like to see it going back to 2020 when the system, that was the first year of the system, and bus ridership data for the last 10 years. If I could just park that with staff over the next month, that would be great. It's great to see that we're up ridership 4% in 2025 over 2024, despite the challenges. And we've now had Trillium Line extension and Line 4 open for a year. So again, I'd like to park with you a slide for a update on ridership numbers. Line 4, are we meeting ridership expectations that we had set for that line? I understand the line still has low ridership in the grand scheme of things. The last real update I heard about Line 2, Chair, was that our ridership numbers were the same pre-extension, even though we had extended a number of stations to the south and in River Ward. So even though we were drawing new riders from the south of Hunt Club Road, obviously we lost some post Line 2 closure for the construction. So I'd like to see data for the year and look at that and understand where our new passengers are coming from. But if we've lost passengers, why? Why have we lost passengers? And finally, I'll just say, Mr. Scrimgeour tabled a report for us in September in response to a motion that the commission passed about all the projects that are being financed. Sorry, there were two reports. One was what's our plan to get to on-time bus performance to hit 85%? And then what specific projects are being financed in the 2026 budget to improve? And what I'm looking for, again, sort of my oversight function on this committee is we set these objectives, you have a plan in place, are we making progress? So obviously I don't want to see it's not reasonable to have every single project that was listed in those reports every other month. But again, understanding we have our challenges with LRT, but again, the on-time bus performance data is flat again. So staff have given us a report. They've told us what the ingredients in this recipe are to get to on-time bus performance targets. We need a progress update on those. So again, I'll park that with the acting GM, but I appreciate the updates here today, and I'm going to keep my comments brief given the time. So thank you, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a couple quick comments. I know in the past few meetings, I've asked a number of times about what additional funds do you need? And the answer's always been, no matter what the funds are, we can't speed up mechanics. We can't speed up the opening of Line 1. We can't acquire more buses. But, we did hear today, I think, from the union that, need more funding and need to get whatever buses are available if we can purchase them. I think we're two of the key messages. Can we get an update on efforts to purchase those used buses? I know we got 11 from Kitchener-Waterloo, I believe, that are now functional. And I know you've told us in the technical briefings that there are efforts underway. You are in contact, but at the same time, we also hear that this is a sort of North American-wide challenge. And so I don't think we've actually talked about that today. If we could just get like a 2-line update on the situation there, like, are there any other buses available? Could we be doing more? Is money a factor?
Okay. Thank you for the question. So yes, we purchased those 11 used buses and we now have them available for service, and they're being used as a combination, Councillor Tierney, to your earlier point, 11 are available for service, but, a few of them are being used for training purposes and other reasons. But, I appreciate that point. It's a valid comment that we should highlight more frequently. So I understand that. I'll get Rami to talk a little bit because he's been involved in some properties have reached out to us. His team is engaged in that, but I'll let him get into the details of what we're doing. But we are still looking for used buses, and we're still looking all over North America if people have used buses that are available. And well, I'll let Rami answer to it.
Mr. Chair, our search is, I guess we can classify as two different streams. One of them through official sales agents, agencies or vendors that purchase old buses, renovate them or refurbish them, and then sell them to other agencies. And the other stream is through our connections with other transit agencies directly. So through whether it's through CURA or APTA or any of the other agencies or networks that we belong to, these are the ones we're actually been more successful because the conversations between us and our counterparts directly without the agent in the middle. What we're finding a lot of times is that when there are 10 or 15 buses available for sale through an agency, everybody's jumping to get them. They're not necessarily in the right or have the right standards for Ottawa's use. And so we have to be careful not to purchase something we're going to regret, nor do we want to find ourselves in a position where we're having to outbid unnecessarily and pay more than we should for a bus that's as old as our buses when we can actually refurbish ours. So there are two streams we're looking into. The one that's been more successful or we've seen more success in has been definitely the direct agency to agency conversation. And we have more to come on that, hopefully, when we get to the summer months and we have some better information to share.
Okay, thanks. But there's more than enough money to undertake your short-term, midterm action plan. Like, are you confident that there's enough funding to get the mechanics, get the buses for right now for this year? I know there's a lot of talk about decisions in the past, and I'm kind of, maybe because I'm a newer counselor, like I'm interested in what we're doing going forward, not as much as decisions that were made in the past. I'm interested in moving forward from here. So I'm just wondering if, you're confident with the budget that you have for this year in order to be able to undertake the work needed.
Mr. Chair, the short answer is yes. The budget allows us to move forward on all fronts with regards to our bus maintenance action plan, as well as our improving reliability, I'll say system-wide, whether it be rail or bus. So we have that certainty in our budget. But as I mentioned earlier, one of the things that I'm going to be working on with Pat is looking at our longer term or medium to longer term fleet procurement plan and looking at how we can maybe advance some purchases to even out our purchase. So we're not doing these big, huge purchases and then no years of no purchases. So we'll be looking at that and we'll be bringing something forward in with regards to that. But with regards to our current budget, yes, hiring of mechanics, hiring of operators, increasing our bus availability, implementing some incremental improvements to, in terms of transit priority measures. Yes, we have sufficient budget to do that.
Okay, thanks. At the November meeting, I asked a question when it was reported that we had an 81% system use pre-pandemic. And I asked about how much of that is LRT and how much of that is buses. And I got that answer in an email. And I don't know if all Transit Committee members received that. But the statistics are that there's a 65% pre-pandemic rate of use on the LRT and 90% on buses. And to me, that's like fairly significant. And as we have more workers going back to the office, I've heard that it will mostly impact Mondays and Fridays. But to me, that's significant that we have such a the percentages are so different on the bus service. So I would be really interested as that fleet strategy is being developed to, it's obvious that the ridership is there. People are using the buses, and those measures such as transit priority lanes, increasing our bus fleet, getting a greater percentage are even more important when I look at those statistics. I just have two questions with respect to TRANSPO. You mentioned at the beginning that the 4 free trips are in place. It's probably too early, Pat, I guess, to have any statistics on whether there's been uptake on that and if you're able to parse out between trips outside of the urban transit boundary and those within.
Yes, it's too early, but we're watching the numbers closely to see if we can pick out any trends.
Okay, thanks. And is there any way to identify how many TRANSPO users use strictly para-transpo and those that use para and conventional? Is there a way to break those out? I'm very interested in that.
For those people who use Presto cards, yes, we can tell.
Oh, you can tell? Okay,
We know where the Presto cards have been tapped.
okay, I'm going to follow up with you, Pat, on that.
Or people who pay with other means, we're less able to.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have a question with respect to something Sabrina said at the beginning of the meeting about a new safety KPI and a new fare evasion KPI. Are those KPIs that would go into that new performance framework that we talked about yesterday? Are those just things that you are going to be bringing to Transit Committee?
Thank you for the question. There are ones that we were going to bring to Transit Committee and also integrate onto the website reporting.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much. But they could potentially be, as you do that performance framework and you look at all the elements that are what makes a customer's trip. I mean, I imagine safety is a big part of that as well, right? It could be considered there.
I'll defer the question to Troy, but I'm happy to work with my colleagues.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if I'll answer the question directly, but I think maybe where you're going is, so we're going to be updating and adding, more information, more KPIs now. We're not going to wait for that accountability framework. But we are, the accountability framework will also help inform what KPIs we want to have moving forward and the actions that we need to take to get towards that will help us strive towards our, our goals of 99.5 and the 85%, on-time performance aspects. So we're not going to hold off on some of the things that we've committed to doing, in Councillor Lowe's example with regards to, breaking out the peak and off-peak reliability figures, that we're moving forward with that. But then when we'll do that refresh with the accountability framework, and it's entirely possible that some of the KPI, a lot of the KPIs will stay and some will change. I think.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. And I just wonder as well, like a lot of that work would be sort of, objective in terms of the data you have, but will you also consider subjective input? Like we heard today, you need to hear from the riders, you need to hear from the drivers, will there be that sort of engagement effort to help get us there when developing that framework?
Yes, listening to our customers, listening to counselors is a key piece to this. So obviously we want to quantitate things as much as we can, but the qualitative data is and information is just as useful. And Bart Cormy and I just had a recent conversation with the Algonquin College, and they're doing a lot of sort of qualitative surveys as well. And we welcome, as we had a conversation with them, we welcome that information. And if there's opportunities for us to help shape some of these questionnaires or surveys that people are doing to help get better data, we'll gladly spend the time with whomever, so that better data, better decisions, better informed decision making.
Okay, thanks very much. And I'll just add, I don't know if I need a direction, but I really appreciate understanding the breakdown between the increase system-wide, like the 65% LRT, the 90% of bus service, when you're talking about 81% return to the system. If it's at all possible to include that breakdown in future updates, I think it would be appreciated. So the breakdown between, sorry.
The growth of bus versus rail.
Yeah, I don't know. I would find it interesting, but if you can put it in.
Maybe we can take that away and I can
see if it's possible. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. And I'm last on the list, so I know everyone's really tired. And I hope not to hold you up. But I waited. I was going to ask about bus lanes, and it was mentioned about the importance of it. We did do, there was work done on Route 11, and that's a route that went through my ward, Kitchissippi and Somerset. And I just want to know if there's been any progress on that work, because it wasn't just about bus lanes. It was about optimizing the route. So I wonder if there's been any progress on that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're progressing. We reached agreement with the councillors on next steps. There were 3 councillors we spoke to along the length of that route, and we're moving ahead with those changes. Some of them are about putting ideas in front of the community in one ward. In another ward, 2 other wards, it's about moving ahead, and we've got a contractor hired to do design work for us.
Okay, thank you. And of course, I've been talking about the bus lanes on Carling for a long, long time, and it's been delayed and delayed. So hopefully that will move forward. As we can see, we're hearing from people about it. In terms of the ridership, it's good to see it a bit up, but we need to do more promotion of our Equipass. I'm finding that people are still not aware, or, that they could qualify for it. I've talked about this, and it's very possible to work with OCH on doing some promotion on it. And since it requires a low income threshold, it's a good time to do it maybe during tax time when people are looking at their incomes anyway, and they're filling out their forms. But I think we really should push it, and we should maximize this, because this is something that people don't even know that they can qualify for. And I just want to get a commitment that we're going to work towards that. I guess that's a Pat question.
Oh, actually, looking to both sides of the room here at this point.
Okay.
I think, Counselor, if you can just let me take, I think the answer is yes, but if you just let me talk to the team about it, and we can follow up with you and get.
Yeah, I know some of the numbers went up just getting it started, but there's so much more to do. Like I said, I was out in the community and talking to people who would have been qualified and didn't even know it existed. So I think we need more work on it. So I want to thank you for that. I do want to talk about something that is related to the stage 2. It's been a long haul. Bayward has been dealing with stage 2 construction for 6 years. It's been very, very hard on people. And, so they're pretty frustrated and frankly cynical. And anything we can do will, to help will improve things, that's for sure. But I do want to give a shout out to stage 2 for a recent move of snow removal on the paths. That was a huge help. We actually, residents couldn't actually get to the station because of the piles of snow. And because of the jurisdiction battle between the NCC and the city and stage 2, it just got ignored. And I'm glad that it's being taken up, and stage 2 took it and ran with it literally. And I want to thank everybody who was involved, because I'm seeing the difference. People are getting to the station. That's what we want them to do. We can't forget about those things. When we talk about ridership, that's the kind of stuff that will put people off and they won't go there. So I want to say thank you to the on that. And I know there was a lot of people involved with that. So just in terms of overall pedestrian access during construction, and there's 2 parts to the construction, because it's not just the LRT. We've also got a project with Kev for the Richmond Road Complete Street. It's all tied in. And I want to ask if we can continue to have pedestrian access during construction and oversight on this to make sure that it's there, because we're hearing so many issues about accessibility. People with mobility devices can't get around, particularly difficult, of course, in the winter. But if we can have assurance that the stage 2 team will continue to work on those issues.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we can provide that assurance, and to track the fact that we are providing that kind of regular monitoring, we can give you updates, Councillor, so that we're confirming that work is taking place.
Thank you. It's been a tough one, and we've already talked, Richard, about some of the things that are just going on, like the constant noise, the problems with working overnight, still being needed. It's just literally driving people crazy. It's just awful. And sometimes it's because of mistakes that were made. We're already aware of one that where they accidentally put cement in a water main, and now they have to dig it out. That's one of the things that happened, and it's delaying the project. They're not going to get overtime for it or anything, but this is just the frustration that people are having, because it's right in front of a building, and it's a lot of noise. So it's just a reminder of how much aggravation people have been putting up with. and we need some oversight on this. And I just want to ask about the oversight of Kev when these things happen.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. On the specific issue of it's actually a sanitary sewer that was blocked by aggregate that was being poured into a CCAMP pile. That is Kev's responsibility to fix. It's, a little bit on the details. It's very deep. It's underneath our alignment. For them to fix that work, it's a very slow process. They've been working on it for several months, and we know that they probably still have a few months to go because they're literally chipping out concrete remotely in a very deep pipe. I know that the aggravation there is associated with the dewatering pumps that we have. And so we're working with the team to see what we can do about providing extra kind of noise abatement. It's likely that generator is going to be there for still a few more weeks. So we'll look at what can we do to make it quieter. So we're aware of that issue.
Yeah, thank you. So it's a very intense project. It's going to be great when it's finished, but we've got a lot of noise, construction, detours. It's wearing people down, and appreciate it. I want to give a thank you to the unionized drivers and mechanics for their work every day. Our offices certainly hear about the complaints, and I can only imagine what they hear when they're right there at the front lines. So I want to thank them for their work, and we should support them at every opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Thank you. First of all, knowing that I hate to conflate the rail and the buses again, but just super quick. And thank you for everything. You're being very honest. I think this is the most honest meeting we've had this term. And I think we're going to see the expectations greatly increased. When it comes to rail, knowing that it will be June 30th now as the end of Q2, and it's probably going to slide well past that, just based on the history and RTG, all RTG's fault. Let's say hypothetically this thing gets rolling. There is a 2-month blackout window for elected officials that comes previous to the election. Usually things don't take place. I want to ensure if this train's ready, it rolls. I don't care about cutting ribbons. Our public needs it. Is this on the radar? Is there a plan around that?
So, Mr. Chair, obviously, we've been thinking about some plans in terms of, launch activities, but if the system's ready, we're not going to hold off for a couple weeks or a couple months for the system to be ready. Yes. So, and Chair, the little bit of levity, the challenge for Richard is to prove you wrong.
I love when you guys, it's been a long year of trying to prove me wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've been right. So
sorry.
One of these days we'll get you, I think.
Sorry about that. And last but not least, we done all our spending out of the federal funds on e-bus. Like, we're done with the e-bus funding. Is there any more purchases of e-buses? Are we done with all that? Because until we solve our bus issue, I'm hoping we're just buying diesels till to do the stopgap and get buses.
Mr. Chair, there's no commitment for any additional buses above the 350 that we've procured.
From e-bus wise, so there's no more e-bus purchases. If we're purchasing anything, it's just strictly diesels at this point.
Well, at this point, yes. So we've got the 350 total coming.
Yep.
Plus the 60-foot diesel buses, the used buses, and then the next conversation we need to have is about trying to advance some procurement and further to Councillor Lowe's motion on that, which is obviously purchase the bus that makes sense for the system and the service.
Yeah.
And that's the work that Pat and I will be doing.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, no more questions. I think we're coming to the end here. We do have the motion that Councillor Hill introduced earlier today. And as I understand it, you've been working with staff on this, and staff are generally supportive of it. Can we carry that?
Yep, carried.
Carried? Excellent. Thank you. So that brings us to notices of motion, and Councillor Brockington has one on behalf of Councillor King. Maybe if I could ask you just to read the therefore be it resolved.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to introduce this on behalf of Councillor King. It's with respect to the implementation of a communication protocol And I would encourage members to read the whereas clauses. They're important for context. To the chair's request, the therefore clauses are as follows. Therefore, be it resolved that OC TRANSPO staff be directed to implement a consistent, standardized communication protocol using existing tools and resources to complement existing reporting and notify all councillor officers of A, temporary and planned trip cancellations that form part of service adjustments, winter service changes, or reoccurring reliability patterns. B, reoccurring route reliability issues, and C, significant schedule adjustments with anticipated customer impact for awareness and constituent support. And be it further resolved that OC TRANSPO staff report back to the Transit Committee on how real-time service information is managed, including D, how last-minute cancellations are communicated within real-time information systems, including what triggers updates and where delays occur, E, what improvements are being made to ensure real-time tools reflect service changes as early and accurately as possible, and F, how riders who rely on specific trips are proactively informed when temporary cancellations are introduced, extended, or reassessed. And be it further resolved that OC TRANSPO staff be directed to ensure that network stabilization efforts do not unintentionally eliminate essential peak period access for riders with fixed work start times, and that any such trade-offs are transparently identified and reviewed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion today? And I should have mentioned after we pass Councillor Hero's motion, that still needs to go to council. So we'll have that soon. We do have some inquiries, and I'll just go in the order I have them on my sheet. First is Councillor Lowe on behalf of Councillor Plante.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned, this inquiry is on Councillor Plante's behalf. According to OC TRANSPO, downtown urban routes were among the most affected, including routes 6, 7, 12, and 19, all of which go through Ward 12, most affected in terms of bus cancellations. I, Councillor Plante, has received countless complaints from residents about OC TRANSPOs and since Councillor Plante was elected, but there was a marked influx in January. Many residents of Ward 12 do not own a car and rely on public transit daily. There are between 1,500 and 2,000 Ottawa community housing units in her ward. Rideau Vanier has a high number of students, shift workers, minimum wage workers, racialized individuals, and people with special needs. This is opposed to the suburban residents of Ottawa, who, while still impacted by transit disruptions and traffic, are more often homeowners and car owners without the means of getting around the city. Within this context, Councillor Plante has these questions and would appreciate a response by the end of Q2 2026.
Okay, and then the questions follow. I would disagree about the note about suburban residents, but we'll move on. Councillor DesRoches.
Thank you. O Train Line 2 passenger service began on January 6, 2025 with stations serving Riverside South and Findlay Creek communities. Line 2 has seen solid reliability and strong ridership with 4.7 million trips in 2025. With a full year of operations now realized, OC TRANSPO and city staff now have access to meaningful operational data, including passenger behavior and feedback. For example, residents have shared helpful feedback on the 3 stations regarding station layout, access, and service. Also, ridership trends show that the Bowesville Park and Ride is frequently nearing capacity on weekdays, reflecting increased use of Line 2 by commuters traveling to work and school. I have a number of questions there I'd like staff to answer as soon as they can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Carr has a trio of inquiries.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. First one is about elevators. Very uplifting topic. Since September 2024, how many times have the elevators in line 1, 2, and 4 stations been out of order? How many of these stations have only one elevator, and how often are elevators at those stations out of order? How many stations cannot be accessed by elevator or accessibility ramp? What were the causes of the broken elevators? Once elevators are out of order, how is the public informed that the elevators don't work before arriving at the station and after arrival? What does OC TRANSPO do to support customers when elevators are out of order, particularly at stations with only one elevator? Next one. Since the motion in the previous term for free bus tickets for those in shelters and Councillor Carr's direction in 2023 to extend it to the physical distancing centres and temporary housing, could staff provide an update on the number of passes provided and facilities benefiting from the program? Furthermore, could you provide any feedback from actual pass users? And last one. Given the current bus shortage, the wait for modern technology like e-buses, and the O train not running at its full capacity, and in light of the recent OC TRANSPO bus whose engine caught fire in January, could you tell me how many conventional buses have caught fire in the past 20 years? Additionally, could you indicate how common replacements are required for major engine repairs on these diesel buses?
Okay. Are there any other inquiries? I'm seeing none. We have no other business today, so we are adjourned, and our next meeting is March 12th. Thank you to staff with OC TRANSPO and to the clerk's office and everyone else involved in putting this meeting together. Have a great afternoon.